adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we're trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like States, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we shouldn't do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
A pleasant morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy our complimentary coffee found at the back. And for our in-person guests, please do register outside. We also have our commitment wall outside, so please definitely try to look for an answer in the question, how can we make resilience more inclusive? You could also take photos of the event and upload it on all your social media platforms. But then again, please enjoy some complimentary coffee to start up and kick up this morning. Thank you.
locally honed adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we are trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like SIDS, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we should do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we're trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like SIDS, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we should do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we're trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like SIDS, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we should do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially.
Distinguished representatives from local and national governments, esteemed colleagues from international development organizations, members of the academe, civil society leaders, partners, and delegates from across the region, welcome to the International Conference on Local, Equitable, and Inclusive Resilience 2026 here in the city of Baguio. Before we proceed, we would like to acknowledge the institutions whose leadership and collaboration have made this conference possible. This event is held in partnership with the Climate Adaptation and Resilience Program, or ICLEI, whose continued support advances inclusive and evidence-based climate resilience initiatives across regions. We also extend our sincere appreciation to our co-host and co-organizer, the City Government of Baguio, for graciously welcoming us, for exemplifying local leadership in building resilience that is both adaptive and conclusive. Over the next 3 days, we gather not only to exchange ideas, but to confront a shared reality that the challenges of climate change and disaster risk are no longer distant possibilities, but present and unevenly experienced realities. And in the face of these, the call is clear. Resilience must not only be built, it must be inclusive, equitable, and grounded in strong local governance. Baguio City, often regarded as a living laboratory of resilience, provides a fitting backdrop for this dialogue. Its history, its vulnerabilities, and its ongoing transformation remind us that resilience is not a fixed state, but a continuous collective effort. Today's conversations will take us from local practices to national and global impact, reinforcing the vital role of local governments and communities in shaping broader resilience agendas. With that, let us begin our program. We would like to request everyone to please stand for the singing of the Philippine National Anthem.
Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alab ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, duyan ka ng magiting sa manlulupig. Di ka pasisiil sa dagat at bundok, sa simoy at sa langit mong bughaw. May dilag ang tula at awit sa paglayang minamahal. Ang kislap ng watawat mo'y tagumpay na nagniningning. Ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may di magdidilim. Lupa ng araw ng luwalhati at pagsinta, buhay langit sa piling mo. Aming ligaya ng pag may mga api ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
You may now be seated. To formally open this conference, we call on a leader whose work continues to advance climate resilience and inclusive development across regions. Please join me in welcoming Ms. Heidi Braun, the Project Officer of the ICLEI program.
Hello, everyone. I hope you can hear me clearly. I'll proceed assuming that you can hear me. Great. Warm greetings to all. To the mayor and representatives from the city government of Baguio, distinguished participants from across the Philippines, those who have traveled from Nepal, Indonesia, Thailand, Japan, and beyond. Greetings to all the CIRA project participants and team, and hello to representatives from other ICLEI projects working in the Philippines. Hello to those who are together in person in Baguio City for this conference on local, equitable, and inclusive resilience, and to those who are taking time to join virtually. It's my great pleasure to be addressing you from my home across the world near Ottawa in Canada. My name is Heidi Braun, and I work as a Senior Program Officer with Canada's International Development Research Centre. I work with the Climate Adaptation and Resilience Program, which is jointly designed and run by the UK's Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office, along with Canada's IDRC. The ICLEI program aims to bridge critical gaps between science and action, supporting the development of new tools and supporting partner governments, communities, and the private sector, evidence and innovation to drive effective solutions to the climate change challenge. The program also strives to strengthen the capacity of those doing adaptation research and those who are in a position to use that evidence and implement adaptation actions, whether at national, regional, or local level. I'm here today because I have the privilege of being the ICLEI program officer assigned to the CIRA project, and I've been following the progress of this unique activity that I know some of you have been directly engaged with. I wish I could be there in person with you, but since I could not, I did want to take this opportunity to wish you a very rich, stimulating, and inspiring few days together. I'm so pleased that ICLEI Southeast Asia has partnered with the city government of Baguio for this conference. It really seems like an ideal place to learn how efforts to address significant climate-related risks can include diverse populations, whether youth, people living with disabilities, indigenous communities, who've migrated from rural areas to come to live and work in cities, and more. As you spend the next few days sharing and exchanging experiences, challenges, lessons, innovative ideas, whether you're there in person or joining online, I hope you meet people you've not met before and you come away with even greater inspiration on how to work to enhance the resilience of your communities, even in the face of increasing climate risks, uncertainty, and impacts. I hope you gain a strong appreciation of the value of working in partnership and drawing on diverse forms of knowledge and experience. I wish you all the best. Maraming salamat po.
you very much, Ms. Braun, for setting the tone for this important gathering. And yes, we are joined virtually by Ms. Braun. And we would also like to acknowledge the presence of all our participants joining us here in Baguio City, as well as the ones joining or connecting us, whether nationally or globally, different parts of the world, we are really live right now. And whether on-site or online, we all reflect our shared commitment to advancing inclusive and equitable resilience. But our next speaker represents a network that has long championed sustainable and resilient urban development across the globe, working closely with local governments to translate commitments into action. But before we call on Mr. Victorio Aquitania, the Regional Director of ICLEI Southeast Asia, to deliver a message, let us watch a video to commemorate ICLEI's 21 years.
21 years ago, we asked a question. What if cities could lead the fight against climate change? Today, we know the answer. Throughout Southeast Asia, local governments aren't just being part of the solution. They are the solution towards sustainability. Moving towards zero emissions, building climate resilient cities, incorporating nature-based designs, closing circular loops, embedding equity for communities. This is sustainable development, built from the ground up. With over 160 partners across over 60 transformative projects through the years, we've turned ambition into action. But here's what we've learned. No city thrives alone. It takes leaders who dare, a network of changemakers who roll up their sleeves, and regional, multi-level, and multi-sectoral collaboration. At 21, we're not just celebrating the past, we're accelerating the future. Because the cities of tomorrow are being built today, and ICLEI Southeast Asia will be there. Every step of the way.
Distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, partners, and friends, a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you to the International Conference for Local Equitable and Inclusive Resilience 2026, here in the vibrant city of Baguio. We have quite a turnout of participants, both in person and online. So online, so far, our registrant are around 400 people and around 100 in-person registration. So this is composed of different local government authorities, national agencies, non-profits, the private sector, academe, and other sector. Wherever you may be joining us from, we are happy to have you here in this conference. We also would like to commend our fellows from the 15 local governments who have undertaken the Socially Inclusive Resilience Leadership Program, together with the cohorts from Nepal and Indonesia. Unfortunately, our colleagues from Bangladesh was not able to bring their delegates. But they will also have their national conference in their respective countries later on. Indonesia will be held this first week of May. So this program was expanded by the governments of UK and Canada through the CLEAR program, as mentioned by Heidi. We also would like to thank the City of Baguio for generously hosting this conference. It is a true privilege to gather in this remarkable place, often called the summer capital of the Philippines, a city not only known for its natural beauty and cultural richness, but also for its enduring leadership in sustainability, resilience, and climate action. Today is especially meaningful for us. As we open this conference, we also celebrate a milestone, the 21st anniversary of ICLEI Southeast Asia. For over 2 decades, our network has grown alongside cities and communities we serve, advancing sustainable, low-carbon, nature-based, and equitable urban development across the region. And it is only fitting that we celebrate this milestone here in Baguio City. Baguio holds a special place in our shared history. It stands as one of ICLEI's first member city in Southeast Asia, a pioneer recognized early on the importance of local action in addressing global challenges, long before sustainability became a global imperative. Baguio was already demonstrating what it means to lead with foresight, commitment, and community engagement. Its journey reminds us that resilience is not built overnight. It is cultivated through years of collaboration, innovation, and trust between local governments and the people they serve. Just recently, after the competitive screening, Baguio was declared as a resilience hub by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reductions, Making Cities Resilient 2030, or the UNDRR MCR 2030 campaign. Baguio is just the 4th city in Asia and the 2nd in the Philippines to be deemed a resilience hub, a truly impressive feat and one deserving of our congratulations. Being a resilience hub is a proof positive of Baguio's commendable track record in disaster risk reduction and resilience. It also shows the city's commitment to supporting, mentoring, and enhancing peer-to-peer learning among local governments within the Philippines and beyond, helping enhance resilience against climate change from the ground up. This conference supports Baguio City towards this advocacy. Now, as we reflect on 21 years of ICLEI Southeast Asia, we are reminded of how far we have come, but also how much more we must do across our region. Cities face intensifying climate risks, widening inequalities, and growing pressures on natural and social systems. And yet, these challenges do not affect all people equally. The most vulnerable communities continue to bear the greatest burden, even as they contribute least to the causes of the crisis. This is why our focus today, equitable and inclusive resilience, is not just timely, it is essential. Resilience must go beyond infrastructure. It must be about people. It must ensure that adaptation strategies uplift the marginalized. It must recognize indigenous knowledge, empower local leadership, and create opportunities for all sectors of society to participate in shaping their future. Planning and decision-making should no longer be done in isolation. It must be a shared responsibility among neighboring local governments and communities. Over the coming days, this conference will serve as a platform for dialogue, learning, and collaboration. We will hear from inspiring leaders, explore innovative practices, and strengthen the partnership that are critical to advancing our shared goals. But more importantly, we will challenge ourselves to think differently, to act more boldly, and place equity at the very heart of resilience building. As Regional Director of ICLEI Southeast Asia, I stand here filled with gratitude for our member cities like Baguio, for our partners, and for all you who continue to drive this movement forward. Let us honor the 21st year anniversary, not only celebrating our achievements, but by renewing our commitment and future. A future where cities are not only resilient, but fair, where development is not only sustainable, but inclusive, and where no one is left behind. Thank you and good morning.
Thank you, Director Aquitania, for your continued leadership and commitment to advancing inclusive resilience in our program. And of course, a round of applause for ICLEI Southeast Asia's 21st anniversary. Now, to further ground our discussions in local leadership and governance, we now hear from a key figure representing the host city, one that stands as a model of adaptive resilience in the face of complex challenges. Let us all welcome the Vice Mayor of Baguio City, Honorable Faustino A. Oloan.
Thank you, sir. Fellow public servants from the national government agencies and local government units, delegates, partners and guests from the Philippines and partner countries, Bangladesh, Hong Kong, India, Nepal, Indonesia, Thailand, and Japan. Colleagues from international development partners, the academe, civil society organizations, and all stakeholders, thank you and beautiful Baguio morning. It is my honor to deliver this keynote message on behalf of Mayor Benjamin Magalong for the International Conference on Local Equitable and Inclusive Resilience 2026. Of course, under the stewardship of your regional director, Mr. Victorino Aquitania. Mr. Aquitania has been a former employee of the city government of Baguio. So give him a hand of applause. He is also my classmate in the College of Law at Baguio Colleges Foundation or Cordillera University. We are privileged to host this important three-day gathering. Your presence here sends a strong message that the challenge we face today, particularly climate change and disaster risk, transcends borders. They require not only cooperation, but collective commitment to solutions that are inclusive, sustainable, and grounded in the realities of our communities. This conference is significant because it aims to bridge learning and implementation, connecting local actions with national and international priorities, while opening pathways to climate finance and stronger partnership. These are the kinds of platform we need if we are to translate policies into real tangible outcome on the ground. Baguio is in many ways a living laboratory for resilience. As a highland urban center, we face layered and complex risks, from intense typhoons and heavy rainfalls to landslide and slope instability, earthquake exposure, rapid urbanization and congestion. Our daytime population significantly increases due to tourism and education, placing additional pressure on our system and resources. We have also experienced devastation, most notably during the 1990 Luzon earthquake, as well as the recurring impact of strong typhoons. Yet, through these challenges, we have learned, adapted, and rebuilt. Our journey has shaped our approach to governance, infrastructure planning, and community engagement. But resilience is not just about bouncing back. It is about moving forward and doing so in a way that includes everyone. In Baguio, we are confronted with realities that highlights the importance of inclusive resilience. Tourism-driven growth, informal settlement, and slope-side housing create risk inequities. Our environmental footprints affect not only the city, but also surrounding watersheds and neighboring communities. We are also home to diverse indigenous communities, and we have seen the rise of inspiring initiatives, women-led climate adaptation efforts, youth leadership in climate action, and community-based disaster risk reduction practices. These experiences reinforce a key message: resilience must be inclusive. It must go beyond infrastructure and systems. It must be social, cultural, and people-centered. This is why the objective of this conference are both relevant and urgent. In showcasing local resilience initiatives that integrate vulnerable voices into climate action and disaster risk reduction, we must ensure that those most affected are not left behind, but are instead placed at the center of our planning and solutions. As we strengthen policy coherence and synergy between local and national agencies, alignment across all levels of governance is critical so that our efforts are effective, coordinated, and impactful. In the face of complex and evolving challenges, we must continue to learn from one another, sharing tools, knowledge, and best practices from around the world, as well as adapting innovations and building on what works. We need to build strong partnership among local governments, international development partners, the academe, civil society, and other stakeholders, because resilience is a shared responsibility. No single sector can do it alone. We also recognize the broader context in which we operate. Across Asia, climate change continues to pose increasing risk to sustainable urban development. Its impacts are felt most by vulnerable and marginalized groups. Local government, as frontline implementers carry a heavy responsibility but often face limitations in technical capacity, governance, processes, and access to climate finance. This is where initiatives like the Enhancing Local Capacity in Socially Inclusive Resilience in Asia, or CIRA, play a crucial role. Through structured learning, peer exchange, inclusive community engagement, and project development, CIRA is helping build the capacity of local governments to implement meaningful and inclusive climate action. We are proud that Baguio City is part of this cohort. Through our partnership with ICLEI and our participation in the Socially Inclusive Resilience Leadership Program, we continue to strengthen our approaches and share our experience with others. As we look at the desired outcome of this conference, increased knowledge and adoption of good practices, strengthened partnership, improved capacities of local officials, and creation of new projects, we are hopeful that this gathering will serve as catalyst for real change. But above all, what we hope for is a deeper understanding that resilience is not only about infrastructure, but about people, their dignity, their voice, and their right to take part in building their future. As we move forward in the next few days, may everyone actively participate, share experiences, and build connection that will extend beyond this conference. Let us transform knowledge into action and commitment into lasting impact. Together, let us work towards communities that are not only resilient, but equitable and inclusive communities where no one is left behind. On behalf of the City Government of Baguio, may you have a productive and fruitful conference. Please find time to go around and discover the good and beautiful that your summer capital has to offer. Maraming salamat po at mabuhay tayong lahat. God bless.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Mayor, for that insightful and inspiring keynote. And definitely, I agree, we could all agree that it starts from the grassroots. To have a dependable and trusted local government unit is the first step to achieve local, equitable, and inclusive resilience. And just like the saying that it takes a village to raise a child, well, it takes all of us, from the LGUs, from NGOs to community partners, all of us, to really foster resilience. But as we move forward, we now transition into our first plenary session titled Connecting Inclusive Local Resilience Action to National and Global Commitments. This session brings into focus a critical question. How do we ensure that local actions grounded in community realities are meaningfully aligned with national frameworks and global agendas? In an increasingly interconnected world, resilience cannot remain isolated within local boundaries. Instead, it must contribute to and be strengthened by broader systems of policy, cooperation, and accountability. To guide this important discussion, allow me to introduce our session moderator, the Regional Program Manager of ICLEI Southeast Asia, Ms. May Valdez-Irong.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session on connecting inclusive local resilience action to national and international global commitments. Across Southeast Asia and beyond, we see communities on the front lines of climate change and disaster risks. Yet too often, their experiences and solutions remain disconnected from national and global frameworks. Today we ask, how can we ensure that local inclusive resilience efforts are not only recognized, but actively shape national and global agendas? This session brings together diverse perspectives from local governments to community leaders and global experts to explore practical ways to bridge this gap. I'm pleased to introduce our distinguished panelists, Attorney Violeta Seva, General Secretary of Earthquakes and Megacities. Please give her a round of applause. Ms. Abigail Kitma, Coordinator from Tebteba Foundation, but I don't think she's here already. Ms. Anna Mercaldi, Operational Focal Point for the Green Climate Fund from Department of Finance. Mr. Oliver Agoncillo, Director of Mainstreaming Biodiversity Division, ASEAN Center for Biodiversity. And Engineer Benjamin Ventura, Assistant Director for Technical Services at Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Cordillera Administrative Region. We also have Dr. Christopher Berce, Dean of the National College of Public Administration and Governance from the University of the Philippines, Diliman. He'll be joining online. So, without further ado, I will give the floor to our first panelist. Attorney Seva is a legal and institutional expert in disaster risk management, having analyzed the legal and institutional arrangements for DRM in local governments in the Philippines, Jordan, India, and Bangladesh. She was responsible for establishing EMI's linkages with associations and networks of local authorities, such as the United Cities and Local Governments, the Regional Network of Local Authorities for the Management of Human Settlements, the World Association of Major Metropolises, and Internal Council for Local Environmental Initiatives for the promotion of disaster risk reduction in cities worldwide. She was actively involved with the activities of the UNISDR Making Cities Resilient Steering Committee meeting and UNISDR Urban Planning Advisory Group. Please welcome Attorney Violeta Seva.
Good morning, everyone. I am pleased to be with you this morning as a long-time practitioner in building resilience in local governments globally. I'd like to share with you some ideas or some thoughts on how we can advance this mission or agenda. Inclusive and resilience action serves as the very foundation for achieving our global and national goals in DRR, or disaster risk reduction, climate action, and sustainable development. Next slide, please. Advancing resilience actions can be done with just one magic word: mainstreaming of DRR, of climate action, of sustainable development into our normal, regular development planning and local government processes. So you are all local government representatives here, and you know what that means. Okay, so I'm going to frame my thoughts on how we can do this through the 4 priorities of action in the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction. These are 4 of them: understanding risk, strengthening local governance, investment in resilience infrastructure, and preparedness for response and recovery. So let me begin with understanding of risks and give you a concrete example on how this can be done. Understanding risk means doing your participatory risk assessments. And a good example would be the Quezon City CIDRA, or Climate and Disaster Resilient Risk Assessment. All of our local governments in the Philippines are required to do this, CIDRA, to serve as basis for development of all sorts of plans from the CLUP, CDP, LCCAP, and what have you. Okay. Number 2 is strengthening local governance. What do we mean by this? The institutions, the structures have to be in place before you can do mainstreaming. And therefore, in the case of the Philippines, we have created our disaster risk reduction management councils, offices. We develop our plans, our budgets, and these are, again, required under Republic Act 10121, or our Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Law. Investment in resilience infrastructure. This is very important. It includes financing. Of course, our representative from the DOF is here, and she's going to expound on this. But when you talk about resilience infrastructure, we are not just talking of the physical aspects, but also the non-structural measures. So, like for instance, enforcement of our building codes, our environmental laws. Next slide, please. Okay. And finally, preparedness for response and recovery. Examples here would be our contingency plans, our evacuation plans, and recovery plans. By the way, I would like to add, in terms of investment in resilience infrastructure, I'd like to point out the Bangladesh Urban Resilience Project, wherein the government availed of 173 million loan from the World Bank to improve the emergency management capacity of Dhaka and Sylhet, enhancing the capacity of Rejuk, which is the equivalent of our MMDA, for purposes of implementing their building codes. And there are three aspects of, or 3 important components of this project. So, planning plus finance plus implementation results into real resilience results. Next slide, please. What are existing pathways for us to be able to align our local actions with national goals and global goals? Number 1, we have to have a strong legal framework. Therefore, your national government, the Congress, will have to pass enabling laws. So in the case of the Philippines, we have the DRRM Act, the Climate Change Act of 2009, and other related laws. We localize global frameworks using Making Cities Resilience tools. Localizing frameworks like SDGs, Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, Paris Agreement, the new urban agenda. There is a tool called Making Cities Resilient Roadmap with a scorecard where you'll be able to assess where you are in terms of resilience building in cities. I'd like to show you this handbook. Get hold of this because this is the Bible for mayors. It has very simple instructions. It's a checklist for mayors to check on whether they're doing something about resilience. So, Makati, for instance, no? I have been working with the city government of Makati for 20 years already, and we really started our resilience building when we joined the Making Cities Resilient campaign. And annually, they assess the status where they are in terms of the scorecard. So now, Makati is recognized as the first resilience hub in the Philippines. It is also certified for ISO 37123 as a resilient city. So I urge or I suggest to the cities to take a look at these tools and also try to engage with the World Council on City Data so that your data gathering would be benchmarked with the standards that are used globally for resilient cities. Number 3 is strengthening partnerships. Sorry, I think this is... So when we say, how do we align our local actions? It does not happen automatically. It requires intentional design for efficiency, coherence, and real impact. So again, if you take a look at the Makati DRRM plan, they have really mapped the indicators at the local level and then report it to the national level and at the global level. Next slide, please. The third question that was posed to the panelists is how do we ensure inclusion? In the case of the Philippines, we're very high in terms of our gender and development. So we have to ensure that there's representation of the marginalized, the elderly, the women, children in terms of local governance. So they are part of our councils, either DRRM councils, environment councils. They also have their own gender and development councils at the local level. Gender responsive approaches, what do you mean by this? These are, you know, before you even make your gender and development plan, you have to do a gender analysis. So for us local government units, we have to have the technical capacity to do gender analysis. Accessible services, let's ensure that our vulnerable sectors have access to health services, for instance, social services, and opportunities for education. Finally, social protection integration. What do we mean by this? In terms of cash transfers, for instance, we have to make sure that it's easy for them to avail of financial assistance in the event of disasters. Inclusion is not optional. It is essential because without it, we risk reinforcing inequalities. Next slide, please. So to conclude, let me leave you with 4 key points. 1, local action drives implementation because implementation takes place at the local level. Inclusion ensures effectiveness because the needs of the vulnerable sectors are taken into account. alignment of our actions with national and global commitments ensures that the impact is widely experienced at the local level. Finally, collaboration sustains resilience. We should, seriously pursue partnerships with actors at the local level, with national agencies, with development partners in the international community, because this is where you are able to acquire financing and, more importantly, technical know-how. Let me end by, next slide please, saying that global commitments on disaster risk reduction, climate action, and sustainable development are only as strong as their local implementation. So maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Attorney Seva, for that very insightful discussion. And she re-emphasized that indeed local action drives implementation, meaning if local actors do not act on the global commitments, even if we have all these frameworks, these policies, it will not be implemented. And she also emphasized inclusion as essential. So this is not only an afterthought, but a key to driving resilience. Let's give a round of applause to Attorney Seva. Next, our next panelist is an Ibaloy hailing from Baguio City. Her professional interests include Indigenous people's rights and environmental sustainability. She is affiliated with TEBTEBA, Indigenous Peoples International Center for Policy Research and Education, where she works as part of its climate and biodiversity program. She is Ms. Abigail Kitma, and she has been actively involved in national and international policy processes supporting Indigenous leadership in climate action, biodiversity governance, and sustainable development. Let's give her a round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Magandang umaga sa lahat. Maptung Jun Ago. Thank you for the invitation and for the opportunity to share. Apologies as I'm not able to dress to meet to the occasion, as I have to leave later to support a resource inventory in one of our partner communities. But yes, I'm happy to be here and happy to share a little bit of what we do. So just to share a little bit about our organization, we are an Indigenous peoples organization, but we work more at the global level because at the time of its inception in the 1990s, it was seen that there was a need to share what is happening on the ground at the global level. But as mentioned by Attorney Seva a while ago, more and more we are seeing how it is really crucial how we bring those global achievements and commitments to the ground. So I'm not coming here to provide, to say that we've found the methodology for it. I'm actually here to also say that it's a struggle. So I think every effort towards localizing these commitments and our ambitions for the future of the world, all efforts should be welcomed, and also we should learn from the challenges as well. So I'm here to share our attempt in also contributing to these global efforts. Okay, so because we're an Indigenous peoples organization, our name comes from a local term that basically means dialogue. It encourages dialogue among different actors. I guess much like this conference that we're having now. And that is mainly what we do. So let me just skip to what our ambition is for the future. What we want for the future is that, for Indigenous peoples to also live their best lives along with other people in the world with equal opportunities as others. And to do that, what we try to do in all our projects and programs is to apply the Indigenous People Sustainable and Self-Determined Development Framework, which is sort of like, world peace in Miss Universe contests. And it basically, what we want to do and what we notice, and I think everyone knows this and feels this challenge, is that we feel that sometimes efforts are not, they all mean good, but there is a need to bring them together into one coherent path. And that's very, very, and as we learned along the years, that's a very tall order. But that is what we're trying to do. So through our different activities, we try to integrate in a human rights-based approach. For example, taking note, if we are dealing with children, looking at the Convention on the Rights of Children. If we are dealing with women, looking at the women's rights, and so on and so forth. We also try to look at the ecosystem-based approach, meaning that when we protect an area, we don't just look at single elements or individual elements, but we also look at the whole landscape. And for Indigenous peoples, that would usually mean looking at the territorial level, or in the case in the Philippines, looking at the ancestral domain or ancestral land level. We also try to look at how we can incorporate intercultural and intergenerational approaches. So at the global level, we deal with a lot of countries and a lot of cultures, and we have to ensure that there is respect among us, and also intergenerational. We try to take into account the importance of Indigenous elders in our actions, but also take into account, the knowledge that comes from the youth, for example. So it's also very important for us to look at, existing knowledge that is place-based and that comes from years of experience of the community, which is usually manifested through their traditional knowledge and also livelihoods. So, as we mentioned, what we do is a lot of dialogue. We facilitate a lot of dialogue at the policy level, at the global level, and also at the national level. And now recently, we're also trying to do it more at the local level. So these are some of the activities that we have been doing. We have been engaging in the United Nations processes, looking at how Indigenous people's rights are being incorporated in global policies, and how these are also being incorporated at the national and local level. And then at the local level, we also try to support, facilitate funding, for example, or provide technical assistance to our partners on the ground on priorities that they deem important for them. So for example, I think this is our pictures years ago when Temteba first started, but these are our partners in Ifugao, which is a mountain province a bit near here in Baguio City, whose primary livelihood is farming. So we supported their desire to pursue organic farming. So part of that those are the kinds of activities we try to support. We also try to support mapping of other partners in other countries as well. So these are their mapping initiatives of their ancestral territories. So this is important because this is where they identify which areas they would want for protection, for example, which areas would they allocate for farming, and so on and so forth. Oops. Yeah. Another thing that we do is we also try to support human rights monitoring, and one of them is through this initiative that our organization is part of, which is the Indigenous Navigator. It's a global initiative of indigenous peoples. I don't know, sorry, what happened. That tries to monitor how the United Nations on the Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples are being experienced on the ground. So the data that's here is available, and the data is only published if there is consent from the community. Sorry, and just to show at the bottom, this is used so that they can identify projects that they think are important to their community, and we try to help them in developing proposals, in linking them with possible funders, linking them with local government units, for example, who could possibly provide resources and other means. And then one example as well that we're trying to do now is that we're supporting a partner community in their in creating their situationer so that they can use it to apply for legal titling, which in the Philippines would be called the Certificate of Ancestral Domain Title, which they feel is very important, first of all, for them as part of their identity, but also for them to be able to also develop their own plans and then find different actors that can help them pursue it. So that's how we champion inclusion. I think this would resonate with our recommendations later, so I will skip it. And throughout the many things we want to do, so I would be the first to admit, because we want to achieve everything and we want to contribute to everything, and of course we are just one organization. We also have a lot of challenges. We have a hodgepodge of actions, and we also have the challenge of trying to put them together for meaningful impact. So in our experience, there is often capacity at the local level to monitor some of the priorities of indigenous peoples, which could be human rights or monitoring land and resources. But we also recognize that this is where we come in as civil society. So it's important to also link different actors to support such initiatives. In some cases, the political landscape causes shrinking civic space for some of civil society actors to also to help. So that's felt by some of our partners, not only in the Philippines, but also globally. The impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss also disproportionately impacts vulnerable indigenous peoples communities, especially those who live in vulnerable ecosystems. There is also limited access to financing and resources at the local level that's easily available for communities. And lastly, there's also challenges in scaling up and operationalizing the good practices that communities have on the ground. Okay, I'm being told to wrap up, so just very quickly. So for us to to contribute to the discussion on, inclusive resilience, for us, it's important that we institutionalize rice-based approaches in policies and actions, that we also invest and capacitate Indigenous peoples leaders, women, youth, and other sectors of society, support meaningful engagement of Indigenous peoples in planning, to support access to resources by Indigenous peoples, including the capacity to manage these resources, to promote the knowledge of Indigenous peoples as complementary or equal to Western science as well, and to build collaborations among different stakeholders and actors across all levels, from local to global. So, that's all. We also have a website where you can learn more about what we're doing. So if you could scan the QR code in case you would like to see. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Abigail, for reminding us the importance of recognizing the voices of Indigenous peoples. For our next panelist, she is the operational focal point for the Green Climate Fund, Department of Finance, and a senior technical officer under the International Finance Policy Office. With a master's degree in economics and over 5 years of experience, she specializes in public sector planning, climate finance, and policy coordination. She supports climate change and disaster risk management efforts, including resource mobilization, managing national climate funds, and facilitating access to international climate finance. She works closely with partners and agencies and contributes to engagement with the Green Climate Fund, and active in youth climate advocacy. She promotes resilience, institutional coordination, and sustainable inclusive development in the Philippines. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ms. Ana Mercaldi.
So hello everyone, good morning. And thank you for ICLEI for inviting us. Actually, this is a really good opportunity for us to showcase how the Department of Finance also help LGUs in terms of accessing climate finance. So to begin, I wanted to provide an overview of what the Department of Finance do in international arena. So the DOF serves as the alternate board member of the Philippines to the Green Climate Fund and also the National Designated Authority. So we serve as the focal point of the Philippines to the GCF, and we review, evaluate, and coordinate with various agencies in terms of project monitoring and project review. So this particular project that we wanted to highlight is the first project of the Philippines approved under the Green Climate Fund. So it's the multi-hazard impact-based forecasting and early warning systems for the Philippines. Actually, it was approved in 2019, but just being implemented in 2022. So it demonstrates how climate finance can translate into real resilience outcomes, recognizing that GCF independent evaluation said that this models the alignment of across government levels and inclusive community-centered design. So we wanted to highlight that investments in early warning systems are not just technical, but these are also institutional, inclusive, and transformative. So the project is amounts to $22 million with $10 million US dollars grant from the GCF and 12 million US dollars counterpart from the Philippines. It is being implemented with the DOST Pag-asa, OCD, and together with the Land Bank of the Philippines as their direct access entity. So, Next, please. So what makes the project work? I wanted to reiterate earlier what Attorney Seva said, that partnership is really important. So we wanted to highlight that this is a whole of system approach. So we wanted to highlight that it demonstrates hazard monitoring, risk communication and response capacity, alignment across levels. So the national frameworks used for this and the LGU implementation is really coordinated with the NDRM plan, with the OCD initiatives. Also, it's anchor the integration of climate resilience into financing and local development, as well as multi-agency collaboration. So with the national agencies, as mentioned, UST Pag-asa, OCD, also with LGUs of Palo, Legazpi, Tuguegarao, and New Bataan. So we wanted to share that we move beyond just technology deployment, but also building systems that connect data, decision-making, and the people. So this project integrates interagency cooperation through 4 LGUs, and also the participatory workshops that have reported with community trust and in meteorological warning. So there is also participatory engagements in integration of local and scientific knowledge in communities, and this increase the trust and actionable activities of the communities through providing insights of early warning systems to be developed. Also, I wanted to appreciate Tebteba's presentation earlier because it is so important that the IP community is involved in doing this particular system building, because the GCF actually provides an international guidance in terms of inclusion of women and IPs. So actually, they find this project very interesting because when they went to the Philippines for a mission, they really go to the particular community and assess if the IPs there are involved. So these are the pictures, and we wanted to highlight that the beneficiaries, which are the community, is not just beneficiaries themselves, they are co-creators. So we wanted to note that women's, farmers in coastal communities, and LGUs really participate in workshops, and actually they are every now and then convening meetings with OCD to really improve the guidelines in terms of the use of NDRRM fund, in terms of the utilization of other funds that will really help the communities and enlighten themselves to, to really maximize the available resources we have. So this is an international funded project, but the result, or it translates to the local level implementation and actions. So yeah, so why is this project worthwhile? Because it unlocks climate finance. Being the first project approved under the Green Climate Fund, it demonstrates that we really wanted to show them that we wanted to shift from just being reactive to anticipatory action and really reducing losses before a disaster happened. So that's also a model that we wanted to replicate and scale up. So yeah, I think that's all we can say. But yeah, we have other projects that are being developed right now, and also that are currently ongoing. So not only in early warning systems, but we also have projects under agriculture, under water management, with other agencies and partner LGUs. So I just wanted to share something also, because this is an international fund, but we also have the local fund, which is the People's Survival Fund, which I think some LGUs here have access. And that particular fund it's like the same. We do the integration, we do the accessing, the monitoring, and the evaluation. And those funds are, of course, somehow maybe challenging to access, but also, if there's a will, there's a way. So we are here to help, and if you wanted to talk more about it later, I'm free. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anna Mercaldi, for sharing the work of DOF through the GCF. So we've learned that these funds do not only provide financing, but they also support how they also shape the projects themselves. Okay, for our next panelist, he is the Director of Mainstreaming Biodiversity Division at the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity, leading efforts to integrate biodiversity across sectors such as agriculture, tourism, and climate policy. He champions inclusive participation of youth, women, indigenous peoples, and local communities. With a strong focus on policy and partnerships, he promotes community resilience and a whole-of-society approach to sustainable development. He has contributed to regional and global forums on nature-based solutions and biodiversity metrics. Previously, he led the foundation of the Philippine he holds graduate degrees from the Australian National University and Ateneo de Manila University. A round of applause for Mr. Oliver Agoncillo.
Hello. Magandang umaga sa inyo lahat. Good morning, everyone. Yes. Thank you for having us. We would like to thank ICLEI, the City of Baguio, and the rest of the team for inviting the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity to this very important event. And May provided a very strict guidelines for the resource person, but I would like to thank the earlier speakers ahead of me, because you will hear there are certain common themes that are already coming up from the discussions. So when I was finalizing this presentation, it's really a matter of framing, because you're doing it yourselves. And perhaps we're focused on the region and on the biodiversity conservation. So I hope our colleagues from Nepal will also appreciate, because there are some structures or institutions that are present in the ASEAN region that could be present in your region as well. So I didn't have the time to make some research on the region, but perhaps I'll be here for the rest of the conference. So if you have some follow-up questions or would like to exchange ideas, we can do so. Okay. So we'll start with the global, and then regional, and then some specific actions. No? So we try to put the QR code as well, so that you don't have to, so you sit back and relax and finish your food while I do the talking. So all, I think, of the parties or countries in the room are signatories to the Convention on Biological Diversity. So this is an important framework that our countries are committed to. So you have the ability or the influence to call our national focal points from the Department of Environment Biodiversity to look at this framework and see how does it relates to your work at the local level and make it to scale it up from the regional level. So from the Convention on Biological Diversity, 190 country signatories so far. In 2022, they came up with the Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. So it has specified 23 targets on the Comning for the parties to contribute or to move forward or achieve. And within this 23, you can use the QR code again, it's really living in harmony with nature. So for you, from the local government, from the local communities, that is where the rubber hits the road, so to speak. So your actions really matter on biodiversity conservation. So take time to read the 22 targets. We'll not go through the targets, but just to focus on 2 targets that is very relevant to our discussion today. Target 22, the ensure inclusive participation in biodiversity decisions, respecting rights, culture, and justice. And target 23, ensure gender equality and gender responsive approach for biodiversity action. So you've heard a lot of that earlier from the other speakers. But for us, this is really the focus. So bring it down to the ASEAN level. I just brought up 2 very important documents. So we have on the left, on my left, is the ASEAN 2045. So the Philippines is now the chair of the ASEAN. So there are a lot of activities happening in the Philippines. And I think one of the major contributions of the Philippine chairship is to crystallize or to make it more substantive, the ASEAN 2045. So as you know, in the ASEAN level, it is a consensus building process. So once the leaders declared a policy, despite the long process from the non-ASEAN perspective, but that also provides the entry point for us to help or to push our respective focal points to do or to make the commitments happen on the ground. So as you will see in this document, local governance is the front line of ASEAN resilience. And you know that very much, more than I do. So from the ASEAN 2045, the sociocultural framework, we have the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan. ASEAN Biodiversity Plan. So this is a version of the Kunming-Montreal Biodiversity Frameworks focused on the region. So again, the ASEAN now has 11 countries. So Timor-Leste was officially on board last year. So again, it mirrors the target. So you have target 22 and target 23 on the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan. So I did some crosswalking of the different CBD, the strategic plan, and the community vision, the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan, just an example. Because from my, what I listened from our interaction with the Makati City local government, it provides, I think you're doing it already, no? Just to make the connections. So let me introduce our center. This is the only center so far in the Philippines, based in the Philippines. And the rest of the other centers are in the other ASEAN countries. So we've been established since 2005. We facilitate platforms for exchange between development partners, different actors, especially ICLEI, for several years now in terms of moving forward local governance. And more recently, we are the ASEAN 4 of the Asia's Technical Support Center to implement the KMGBF. So we can cater to other ASEAN, countries in Asia outside the ASEAN. So these are the things that we do in terms of programs. So again, common themes. Collaboration is important. Evidence-based information is important. We are focusing on conservation information that is very important on the work that you do in terms of disaster risk resilience, capacity development of all stakeholders, knowledge management, and of course, communication. So just to focus on some of the programs, this is the ASEAN Heritage Parks program. This is our version of the World Heritage Park. So this is where the local governments, for in the Philippines Protected Area Management Board, IPs and communities interact. So this is very important for us. So if you're in an area that has high potential to be nominated, please nominate. So we have the ASEAN Youth Biodiversity Program. So I mentioned this already, the importance of youth in terms of pushing for conservation and sustainable development. So under this, if you look at the QR code, there's several subcomponents of in terms of leadership, in terms of actual activities engaging the youth. The Small Grants Program is an example where we provide some support in terms of actual actions on the ground. So livelihood support, enterprise, and others. And how do we scale it up in terms of the national and then to the regional? So we look at best practices in any ASEAN countries, and then we push for scaling it up in the region and the global scene as well. So just an example of so we went to the global ASEAN and then the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan. So this is a more concrete commitment of the country. So you notice the alignment, no? So there are, for example, in this board, we had Vietnam, Philippines, and Indonesia already having their plans. But within that plan, there's also a move from the indigenous communities. So Philippines is the first example in terms of coming up with an indigenous people's biodiversity strategic action plan. So it complements what is the national commitment, but highlights where the IPs come in and where they lead and of course collaborate with other sectors. And finally, I just added it yesterday, I think this is an important information in terms of the city's biodiversity index. So it was innovated by Singapore and now it's being globally promoted. So for those of you who attended the interaction with the Makati local government, you can see the examples and we see the real alignment. So this provides you with more concrete solutions, nature-based solutions that we can help you with in terms of project proposals, in terms of promoting the best practices in the region. And thank you very much for inviting us.
Thank you very much, Sir Oliver, for that very insightful discussion about ASEAN and how it also relates to what we're trying to do at the national and at the local level. And now we will be joining, we are joined by our next panelist online. He is the Dean of the University of the Philippines, National College of Public Administration and Governance, and a respected scholar in public administration, local governance, and urban policy. He holds a PhD in public administration and has extensive experience in research, teaching, and policy advisory. His expertise includes fiscal decentralization, intergovernmental relations, and governance reforms. He is Dr. Christopher Berse, and he has worked closely with government agencies, local government units, and international organizations. As Dean of the UP NCPAG, he promotes academic excellence, innovation, and public service, advancing evidence-based policymaking and capacity development for effective and accountable governance in the Philippines. So, Dr. Berse, are you online?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
The floor is yours, Dean Berse.
Okay. I'll just share my screen. Okay, good morning, everyone. First, I'd like to thank the ICLEI and the other organizers of this international conference for inviting me to speak before you today. I apologize that I could not join in person due to other pressing commitments right now at the university. And, but I hope that I'll be able to add some more flavor to the discussion on this very important topic on how we can strengthen the implementation of the SDG at the local level by sharing of some of the experiences, no, and insights that we have gathered over the years based on our experiences in the Philippines. So first, let me address the three questions that were raised and forwarded to me. But before I go into that, I just let me start off with this graph, and basically it just shows how far off we are off track in terms of achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. No? Last night I was attending the United Nations Committee of Experts on Public Administration meeting, which is currently being held in New York. So I was attending remotely, and one of the key points that were made, no, at the beginning of the meeting was really the fact that globally, the whole world is lagging behind in terms of meeting the SDG objectives, targets, indicators. Well, for a number of reasons, no, with or without COVID, but definitely the COVID pandemic also did a lot of damage in terms of how we're able to reach the targets, no, of the SDG. But as you can see here in the chart, in terms of in the Philippines, no, across all SDGs, from SDG 1 to SDG 17, practically we're still not able to meet, no, the different targets across all the goals. And there are already indications that we might not even be able to hit the targets by 2030. So the challenge really is how can we fast track so that even if we don't meet 100%, at least we get close to 100%. And if you look at in the case of the Philippines, no, based on the latest data as of November 2025 last year, only about a third of the SDG targets have been achieved by the country. So that's about 31.6%. And if we look at the SDG 11 on sustainable cities and communities, as well as SDG 13 on climate action, there's also some kind of limited, accomplishment in across the different indicators. So how do we get there, and how can local governments help and contribute to achieving the goals? No? Based on our experiences and observing how, and taking into account the different policy frameworks, the different practices, the whole governance, disaster governance structure, and climate governance infrastructure in the Philippines, one key important lesson is really the alignment of the local development plans, with the national and global frameworks. By aligning the plan, we're talking about how we can make sure that the plans that we develop at the local level, let's say, for example, the comprehensive land use plan, the comprehensive development plan, or even the disaster risk reduction and management plan, as well as the the local climate action plans being developed by local governments, should adopt some of the appropriate indicators in the SDG. I mentioned earlier, we have SDG 11 and SDG 13, but actually, if we look at the other indicators, they are all related also to disasters and climate change. No, if we try to see their first order or second order effects, all of these things will contribute to sustainability, and by extension, they would contribute to the whole idea of resilience. No, so that's the first part: the alignment of local development plans and indicators. The second would be the institutionalization of risk-informed governance. This is very important because in many cases, we can, there have been situations where we have developed plans, disaster and climate action plans that are not really informed and solidly grounded on evidence, or even on a proper risk assessment. No, I have seen in the past some local government plans, DRM plans that are not really uh, uh, informed by a proper hazard assessment, vulnerability assessment, and capacity assessment. So what we have are basically just a laundry list of the usual, the business as usual kind of projects that are supposed to address disaster risk reduction, but are actually more of a kind of a reactive response-oriented measures, no? And so if we want to effectively contribute to the global agenda and the global targets for sustainability and risk reduction and climate change, we have to be able to align and make sure that decision making when it comes to disasters and climate change are informed by proper assessments, and that would of course presuppose the idea of ensuring that we have enough data, we have the right accurate data, we have the updated data, and so on to base our decisions on. No? And that's key to institutionalizing. Of course, part of it also is ensuring that we have the proper policy environment. No? We have the institutional structures in place, including the building the capacity of those who are involved in disaster and climate change work and sustainability work, no? That they have the right, not only the right skill set, but also the right mindset, no? To address and really confront disaster risk reduction and climate change in a way that's not reactive, but more of proactive. That's really anticipatory. Being able to have that foresight, no, to imagine different possibilities and design appropriate solutions, or at least anticipatory solutions to those different possibilities. And the third the third point when it comes to alignment would be the promotion of nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based DRR, because as we know, nature-based solutions are, as an integrated approach, they yield over the longer term, a much more higher benefit, to society, as opposed to simple or the traditional hard infrastructure. No? I'm not saying that we replace them, but we should complement them, with nature-based solutions, because as we can see, nature-based solutions can also practically coexist, with our different traditional so-called gray infrastructure, to ensure that we're getting the most, out of the resources that we have at our disposal, the natural resources, without sacrificing them. We're talking about, of course, the usual, mangrove preservation. We're talking about coral reef preservation, as well as the use of detention ponds, either naturally or underground in urban areas, and so on. So there have been evidences already in the Philippines. Some local government units or cities have started looking into how we can do hybrid solutions, meaning combining both green and gray infrastructure when it comes to dealing with flooding, for instance, urban flooding in particular. And so what are the different pathways? As we know, we just want to show here the Sankey diagram basically just shows how international financing flows from, of course, from the global and all the way to through the UN system, and finally and other multilateral organizations and international humanitarian organizations, to addressing different aspects, and how they address different elements of the SDG. But one thing that we have realized also is the fact that if we want to ensure that this alignment happens, the real action happens at the local level. And that would mean ensuring that there's we're mainstreaming resilience actions in the local development planning process. But it shouldn't just stay at the planning level, but also transcend and influence investment programming. Now, we already have existing policies on this in the Philippines, how we move from the land use planning to develop comprehensive development planning, and how the DRM and climate plans should be integrated into these two plans, for instance. There are guidelines already on how we do proper climate and disaster risk assessment and so on. But then again, it has been a challenging work because it requires a lot of work. It requires technical expertise, no, resources, and so on. And not to mention the fact that all of these things have to be updated also regularly. So that's one. The second element is a pathway is through the capacity building, no? Especially multi-stakeholder capacity building through innovative training programs. And I'm not just talking about capacity building for local governments, but also capacity building for communities, for civil society organizations. No? One of the things we've seen is that one of the research that we're looking into right now is how we can capacitate what we call as spontaneous volunteers. No, these are the kind of volunteers that that we observe during disasters, but they are largely not part of an organized group. No, but in many instances, we have seen how individuals naturally would emerge from certain disaster scenarios and start helping other people and so on. So we wanted to tap into that resource and see how we could capacitate them. And that's one of the area that we're looking into, no? Different capacity, different groups, building their capacity through innovative programs, including the development and deployment of serious games, for instance, no? Through technology or even using traditional resources available in the community. And lastly, we also have, we need to, one way also is to promote, of course, partnerships and interlocal cooperation. The interlocal cooperation modality in particular is provided for in RA 7160 or the Philippine Local Government Code of 1991. And basically, what it says is that local governments can actually lean on to each other in times of disasters. They can officially ask for support from another local government unit that has not been affected by a disaster. No, there's already an existing mechanism for this, a formal official channel for this to happen. But as it is right now, it has not been tapped or maximized at least by the different local government units. No, but we have seen it happen in past disasters where an LGU would, a local government, a city would extend its assistance to another city, and so we are doing that, and that's something that we need to be able to promote. Of course, overall, at the all of these things, no, uh, especially looking at international financing institutions, that's the challenge really also is the lack of policy coherence across sectors and programs. Many of especially the funded by, I mean, there was a study being conducted by one of our students here. And one of the things she found out was that many of the internationally funded projects lack some level of policy coherence across, among each other. And so there's a tendency to be fragmented and, not as strategic as we want them to be. At the UP-NCPAG, at our university, at college, what we have been doing is we have been training directly in partnership with the Climate Change Commission, some our barangay health workers, no, in the context of climate change. No, so basically we are, I would say, upskilling them not just to do health work, health related work, but also climate change work. We have started doing this in the last 2 years. We have also been developing some innovative simulation-based role-playing games, no, to strengthen the idea of interlocal cooperation, the need for considering different scenarios, future scenarios, to sharpen the foresight skills of our local government DRM professionals. So we're developing this game, and we have piloted it in Agusan del Norte. So how can we ensure inclusion? This is the last point. Sorry, we need to be able to move from token participation to genuine participation, especially vulnerable sectors. In the Philippines right now, under the Republic Act 10121, local civil society organizations have a seat, no, 3 seats actually in the local DRM council. But we have not really optimized this opportunity. There are some governments, local governments that have used tapped civil society organizations, POs, NGOs that are really, grounded in the community and help in the DRM planning. But in many instances, the CSO representation is not that strong yet, in the DRM council. Of course, the other aspect is the accessibility of data and the transparency of data, across different knowledge systems. Because at the end of the day, you could not really plan without proper data, and without proper planning, then it will be difficult for us to do meaningful changes in as far as reducing disaster risks and strengthening our capacity to adapt to climate change. And lastly, we should be capitalize on Filipino social values, knowledge, and practices. We're promoting this concept of lingkod bayanihan. Then, at the end of the day, it's not just about a leader that's supposed to take care of a particular community, but any effort at reducing risk, any effort at acting to confront climate change should be driven by the community. Should be driven by a group of leaders who believe in one shared vision of creating a safe and resilient Filipino community. I think that's all. Thank you. Maraming salamat. Agyamanap.
Thank you very much, Dean Berse, for sharing those key points, And it's also a point for reflection for us, actually, How do we ensure genuine participation? How do we move from, token participation to really engaging with the vulnerable sectors, indigenous people, we've heard earlier, women, youth, how do we genuinely engage with them? And of course, the importance of evidence-based policies, making sure that we have the right hazard risk assessment and data to generate our resilience policies. And now we move towards the last panelist for this session. He is the Assistant Director for Technical Services at Department of Environment and Natural Resources, Cordillera Administrative Region. He has extensive experience in environmental management, infrastructure planning, and sustainable resource development. His work focuses on implementing programs that promote ecological protection, climate resilience, and responsible land use across all Cordillera region. He collaborates with local governments, communities, and partner agencies to ensure effective project delivery and policy implementation. Known for his leadership and technical expertise, he is Engineer Benjamin Ventura, committed to advancing environmental sustainability and inclusive development while supporting DNR's mission of conserving and managing the country's natural resources. A round of applause, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir, for that instruction, and thank you, ma'am, for the generous introduction. I guess my staff has given you the wrong resume. Anyway, I'm just an engineer, but of course, with the number of years in the DNR, I believe I can contribute much to this kind of forum. So, but first, let me thank the ICLEI Southeast Asia Secretariat, the Regional Director, the Program Manager, and the Secretariat for inviting the DNR to this noble forum that would probably educate most of the participants who are, some are at the Zoom. And here we are. Thank you, and let me start. that for DNR, in this crucial session, connecting inclusive local resilience to national and global commitments, our objective is clear. That is to strengthen local to global coherence in resilience efforts and generate actionable policy recommendations. The Philippines' approach to climate change adaptation and mitigation and disaster risk reduction is anchored on a single vital and cross-cutting strategy: the scaling up of nature-based solutions, or simply NBS. This is the essential bridge that links climate action directly to biodiversity conservation, aligning our local work with global mandates such as the Paris Agreement and the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and driving progress across multiple sustainable development goals. By restoring our natural capital, our forests, watersheds, and mangroves, we are not just protecting biodiversity. We are directly mitigating storm surge, enhancing water security, and building community-level resilience. Our national commitment is integrated across 3 comprehensive blueprints, all adhering to the principles of a whole of society and whole of government approach. The first one is the National Adaptation Plan 2023 to 2050. This serves as our adaptation blueprint, proactively building resilience across critical sectors with nature-based solutions integrated as key cross-cutting strategy. This is but a motherhood statement if MOB is not present. So I would just like to cite some projects for this, like the National Greening Program, the updating of the Integrated Watershed Management and Development Plan for Apayao-Abulug River Basin, Cagayan River Basin, Agno River Basin, Amburayan, Nagilian, and the rest. We also have this so-called Forest Land Management Project in Ifugao. And then we also issue tenurial instruments for open forest areas. But of course, with respect to the Republic Act 8371, which is the Indigenous Peoples' Rights Act, free and prior informed consent must first be obtained through a certificate precondition. In the protected areas, we issue the so-called special use agreement in protected areas, like the one we have at the Mount Pulag Protected Landscape. And sample here near Baguio City is the Marcos Highway Watershed Forest Reserve. And as part of the nature-based solution is that in the National Adaptation Plan, we recognize and adopt sustainable, traditional, and indigenous forest resource management practices, like the Muyong of Ifugao, the Batangan system of Mountain Province, the Lapat system of Abra and Apayao, and the rest. Those are being adopted through joint administrative orders with the NCIP. So that's a joint effort of the DNR and NCIP. The second blueprint would be the NDC, or the National Determined Contribution Implementation Plan for the year 2020 to 2030. This is our mitigation blueprint. committing the country to a 75% emissions reduction target by 2030, with the local government units playing a critical role in delivering essential projects such as transport decarbonization. So with the help of the Department of Transportation, this is locally, this is what the city is doing in the monitoring of carbon emissions of cars, vehicles. There is a constant monitoring. There are stations placed for this. And then the waste management, the task given to the DNR, the solid waste, related to clean air, clean water. And then of course we have the agricultural production waste. That is for the Department of Agriculture. And lastly, for energy, from coal to renewable energy. So that's it for the NDC, or the Nationally Determined Contribution. And the third blueprint would be the National Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Plan 2020 to 2030. And this guides the integration, shifting our focus from disaster response toward prevention. Disaster response toward prevention, mitigation and preparedness, and providing the foundational reference for LGUs to localize their climate change, adaptation, and mitigation, and the disaster risk reduction programs. The Philippines, being highly vulnerable to climate change impacts, requires nature-based solutions as a strategic and complementary approach to traditional infrastructure, focusing on ecosystem restoration, watershed protection, and green infrastructure. Nature-based solutions empowers LGUs and marginalized sectors, including indigenous peoples, to lead climate change through localized restoration efforts, leveraging traditional knowledge and labor, which generates immediate socio-economic benefits through green jobs and benefit sharing mechanisms. For this entire strategy to succeed, we must, because we all know that there are gaps, barriers to scaling up this nature-based solution. We have to face these valuation gaps where green alternatives are economically favored over the traditional gray infrastructure. Green, example, would it be mangrove forest over concrete seawall? So that's the difference between green and gray infrastructure. And it would only be through PENCAS, or the Philippine Ecosystem Natural Accounting System, that would say that the green infrastructure would be a better choice than the gray ones. A governance mismatch also is a gap between long ecological timelines and short political cycles. So that's it, political will and continuity. And this so-called, as cited by Ma'am Ana, the financing barriers that prevents LGUs from accessing critical funds like the People's Survival Fund. Pero sabi ni Ma'am Ana, if there's a will, there's a way. So let us better help our LGUs in coming up with proposals so that they can benefit through this People's Survival Fund. The opportunity to overcome these challenges lies in a unified approach to finance. The major driver for growth is the increasing focus on private sector ESG, or environmental, social, and governance. This is generating growing capital flow for green projects. The catalyst for unlocking this massive investment is public-private partnership. For DNR, we have this project Transform, called the Transdisciplinary Approach for Resilience and Environmental Sustainability through Multi-Stakeholder Engagement. The city of Baguio is among those. And to wrap this up, in conclusion, achieving effective, large-scale resilience requires sustained political commitment from every LGU and a critical financial alignment through private-public partnerships. By leveraging private sector ESG investments, we can translate our national commitments into resilient, sustainable, and inclusive real-world outcomes. So that would be all for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Assistant Director Ventura, for those very important messages, no? And we will be inviting our speakers to sit on the chairs we will put in front. Ayan. But in the meantime, I would like to ask the audience, who among you works at the local level? Who? Raise your hands. Ayan, ang dami. Who among you feels that your work matters at the global level? Wow, that's great. Another question, just a parang quiz based on the presentations earlier. No, we've heard all the plans. We have the Sendai framework, the UNF, the Paris Agreement, and we have the national plans. So, what is the national iteration of the Sendai framework? NDRRMP, ayan si Attorney Seba sumagot. The NDRRMP. What about the Paris Agreement? What plans at the national level came out of that? The LCCAP at the local level. At the national level, Climate Change Action, kasi attorney lang sumasagot eh. Hindi yata kayo nakinig eh. May prize daw yung mga kasagot. Yung National Adaptation Plan and the nationally determined contributions. And yun nga, with the talks earlier, no, we see how these global commitments are transformed at the national and at the local level. And that's why it's really important to have these plans that are evidence-based, based on data, but there are also some challenges. So I would like to invite our panelists to sit on the chairs so that we can have a short, very, very brief discussion, some follow-up questions, and this is also a chance for the audience to ask if they have questions for the panelists. So please come on stage. Okay, Miss Abigail here, sit beside me. Ayan, nag-change outfit si Miss Abigail. Miss Abigail, is this an Ibaloy attire?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so we've heard your presentations earlier, but in international commitments, there's always the question of accountability. These global commitments, of course, we have the UNFCCC, for example. We have multilateral organizations that acts as secretariat of these agreements, but they often lack accountability. So my question, and any one of you could answer this, if you can share your insights. How can we ensure that commitments translate into real change on the ground? That from these global commitments, we can really feel it, and our communities, the people we serve, our stakeholders, actually experience this change. Who would like to answer?
Yes, ma'am. Binigay yung mic sa akin ni Ma'am Anne. For the NR, accountability is embodied in our Project Transform. We have 7 provinces already finished with that, and 1 city. And the official document that would bind all parties in this project is that we have memoranda of agreements on projects to be undertaken. These are not just ordinary projects, but these are also nature-based solution projects that would include all parts of the environment, like the forest, the water and land. Also, as to the land, I have not discussed a while back on alienable and disposable lands. We try as much as possible to give to people these alienable and disposable lands so that we can finally delineate which is forest lands, which lands should be protected areas. But the bottom line is accountability is laid when parties sign this memoranda of agreements.
Okay, so at the national level, at least we have that. We have that accountability for these global commitments that we're signing on. Okay, any other thoughts?
Well, just to add to the accountability. So I think at the national level, we already have the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan. And for the case of the Philippines, we have the first, I think, in the globe in terms of the Indigenous Peoples National Strategic Action Plan. So in terms of from the global commitment, it is translated at the ASEAN level. So again, the parties in the ASEAN is committed to the ASEAN Biodiversity Plan, and of course, the national commitment as well. But if you look at those commitments, there's a provision in terms of target 22 and 23. So you can call on the focal points to talk about how does it translate, either at the national level and down to the community level. And as you will note in the different presentations, and I think you in the CIRA project, I think the challenge really is we know the accountable stakeholders, but the challenge is how to get the buy-in of the other stakeholders as well. And of course, in the ASEAN, for example, the challenge is now to work with other departments, not to work in silos. So that brings another challenge, but at the same time, an opportunity for us, especially at the local level. If we have well-informed community organizations, well-informed NGOs, and very welcoming local government units, and of course, for example, the Philippines with a PAMB on the ground, so we can make that happen. Accountability and responsibility is some sort of make a connection in that regard.
Yes, and you touch on a very important point there, Sir Oli, the importance of engagement. Because, of course, government could not do it alone. Even if we have our accountability mechanisms at the national level, if these are not shared with the communities we serve, they also have an accountability for these shared goals. You know, that's a very important consideration as well. Whole of society approach. Yan. So anyone would like to add?
Yeah, with respect to the Sendai framework for disaster risk reduction, for which the Philippine government is a signatory, I think we have accomplished many of the targets that we have set, and I believe that, you know, most important contribution there is the passage of our laws. NDRM Act, Climate Change Act, which serves as the anchor for the local governments to act at the local level. So now we have ring-fenced financing for disaster risk reduction, for gender and development, for instance, that LGUs can tap. And we also have already the structures or the institutions in place. All over the country, in the Philippines, you would have disaster risk reduction management councils, disaster risk management offices in place. But there are challenges, no, in terms of faced by these local government units when they try to plan programs, projects, and activities at their level. One area that our local national government can perhaps provide is to pass memorandum circulars that are clear enough, that would serve as legal basis for utilizing the funds at the local level. Let me cite to you a concrete example. Our joint memorandum circular for the utilization of the LDRMF is circa 2013. We are now 2026. And our local mayors are reluctant to use these funds. So if you will see in the reports of the COA, there's underutilization of the available funds. Why? Because the JMCs are not clear enough. So there's no legal basis for the mayor to spend the money. And they are scared of, hailed to court, suspended from their post. That's why, there's a lot of programs and projects that our mayors want to implement at their level, but they're constrained because of the unclear guidelines coming from national agencies.
So, national to local coordination, clear policy guidelines are really key for this because we have the mechanisms, but sometimes implementing these things is really a challenge because it's not well defined, it's very outdated. Imagine 2013, parang since 2013, doon na naging kasagsagan ng mga disasters. So that really needs to be updated. Okay. Would you like to add, Ms. Anna? And then Ms. Abigail?
Yes po. So on the Department of Finance perspective, I think we measure accountability in terms of numbers, of course. So most of the projects, we tend to have counterpart financing because if you don't invest something on a cause, of course, it's easier to neglect it and do not provide all the efforts that you will do. Pero yun po, maybe on the counterpart financing and of course, being the DOF's role in terms of GCF. So we usually ensure accountability and coherence with all the initiatives through providing no objection letters and coordination with other relevant agencies to ensure that, for example, projects are really tied with the climate policies, tied with the national programs, something like that. Maybe another one is accountability in terms of not only to the party that we are dealing with, but also with us being the implementer or the national agency. So actually, this kind of events are very important to us because on the high-level policy decision maker, we don't usually see or the tangible inputs, the tangible projects on the ground. And us looking at it and seeing it and having these engagements with local government units, looking at the projects that are being implemented really gives us this insight that, oh, this is the gap. This is the thing that we have to do. And this makes us being accountable and we feel that this is the problems, this is the challenges that we wanted to, of course, address and help the people. So, yeah. Thank you.
Continuous improvement to also improve the accountability of DOF. Very well said. Ms. Abigail, would you like to add?
In our experience, because we use the rights-based approach, so when we use the rights-based approach, we assess, who are the duty bearers and who are the rights holders. And most often than not, of course, duty bearers are governments, and rights holders are often, for example, communities, indigenous peoples. But different actors have, in this dynamic, have different roles that they can play, and at different levels. So for example, for our organization, at the global level, we advocate for, a lot of different things. For in the CBD, for example, the Convention on Biological Diversity, and in the UNFCCC Climate Change Convention, we advocate for example, recognition of indigenous people's rights, indigenous people's participation in planning processes at the national level, and we were able to push that. And we're able to do that as asserting ourselves as rights holders at that level. But going down more at the national and local level, we also recognize that we are also civil society actors. And in a rights-based approach, our accountability, what we do, our responsibility is that we capacitate our community partners to assert the rights or claim the rights, and we also have to support and capacitate duty bearers, which are government, to also be able to perform their commitments or duties. So what we have done, not only my organization, but a lot of indigenous people's organizations, civil society actors, a lot of supporters, what we did, at least in the CBD side, Sir Oli already mentioned, that we engaged in the Philippine Biodiversity Strategy Action Plan process, but we also facilitated discussions with indigenous peoples to form an indigenous peoples plan in the Philippines. And right now, we are using it to try to localize it more at the ancestral domain level. And also, we are using it to capacitate indigenous peoples to also incorporate it in their plans and in their advocacies and partnerships with governments, for their use in what priorities they may seem as important for them. So, so basically, all actors have different kinds of accountability, and it's important to assess in what level and what role what we should do in terms of accountability.
That's a very interesting take, Miss Abigail, because yes, we are duty bearers and we are also rights holders. So it's very important to know the levels of accountability that we want to really strengthen. So thank you for pointing that out. Okay, so we will have one question from the audience and one question online, because we are over time. Do we have a question from the audience? Okay. Please state your name and your organization.
Thank you.
And your question.
First of all, namaste to everyone. First of all, we'd like to wish a Happy New Year from Nepal. Today is our New Year. Thank you. This question, my name is Srijan Gadal. I belong from one of the local units from Nepal, Suryadev municipality. It lies in the eastern part of Nepal. And I'm not talking only about my municipality. My question and my queries that belongs from from all the local units of my country. And I'm expecting this answer from either General Secretary ma'am or Benjamin sir. In Nepal, from 2017, we are practicing federalism. There is one federal government, 7 provincial government, and altogether 753 local units. And out of that 753 local units, we have 293 urban municipalities, urban local governments. And our urban system is somewhat mixed version of old settlement and new settlement patterns. And in the pathway of resilience, we know, we have been studying that implementing building code is also one of the major event in the pathway of resilience. So what we are looking forward is, how are we supposed to regulate or implement this building code in old settlement pattern? Thank you.
So the question is how to implement resettlement policies. Okay. Would anyone, sir from DNR?
Okay. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for that question. Resettlement, actually, we have the director here for human human settlement, or for these people needing to be resettled in order to have the so-called a home, a residence. In the case of the Philippines, of course, we are not under federalism. We are very comfortable with what we have as a government now. But in addressing resettlements, we have a department to do that. Department of Housing and DSUD. That's the DSUD, Urban Development. And in coordination with DNR, we jointly identify sites. This could be abandoned reservation areas, abandoned by the reservists, or even forest lands that may be more beneficial to people if it can be converted into a resettlement area. So this is a joint endeavor. It is not just two agencies, but this is an inter-agency function, doing the identification, doing the assessment of the area, if indeed it would be suitable as a resettlement site. And with that, upon identification as to its suitability, projects from the other government agencies would now come in, like housing programs, loans for that matter, or even free if there are some interventions from other agencies or other donors for that matter. So in this case, there are lands available, but we have to look into the suitability of these lands, be it forest land or alienable and disposable. But still, the best use would be the bottom line of all of these, the best use.
So that's why it's very important to abide with the zoning regulations to determine the site for this. And sir, you might be interested, we have a panel tomorrow on resilient human settlements, and that would be joined by the SUD. So that's a very good intro for that. Okay, so...
May I say something about the question of the gentleman from Muan of Nepal? Your question was how can you, the local governments, enforce your building codes? You do have building regulations passed by the national government, but the issue really is how will you do it in your existing structures, for instance, especially those that do not have building permits. I think there are already technologies, although it's going to be, not really the hardcore retrofitting that you're supposed to do on your existing structures, because it will be quite expensive. But there are technologies that can be introduced or used by the ordinary homeowners. And my tip for you is also to look for partners. You do have NCET in Kathmandu, right? They're very good partners of local governments. You can also connect to the CDRI, the development agencies, the World Bank. They do have programs for resilient housing. I'd like to specifically mention the program of World Bank. It's called Building Better Before, meaning to say that you do not wait for a disaster to happen before you strengthen your houses. You should strengthen your houses before anything happens. So they have programs, for instance, in Indonesia, in Colombia, and other countries. There's also an NGO called Build Change. They have an interesting tool that you can use You just use it and then you answer the questions. How long has my house been there? What characteristics of that structure? And then it would give you already an estimation or what are the things that you're supposed to revise or retrofit in your house, the amount of money that you need, and connected with financing, where will you get the money to strengthen your house? So I believe that local governments just have to tap these existing resources, existing partners, so that you can they can complement the efforts that you're doing at the local level.
Okay, thank you so much for that, Attorney Seva. I know some of you would still want to ask questions, but unfortunately, we have to shorten this panel discussion to give way to the next. But our distinguished panelists will stay here for the entire day po ba? Ayan, for the entire day. So please feel free to approach them with your questions. And with that, we'd like to thank you, our panelists, for your very, very insightful and important messages today. So let's give them all a warm round of applause. Okay, so we just stay here for a photo with our regional director, Sir Vic. Any representative from, is Vice Mayor still here? No. Okay, so any representative from Baguio City, please join us on stage. Ayan.
Again, calling a representative from the local government unit of Baguio to please join our photo opportunity. Once again, let's give it up for our panelists. To Attorney Violeta, Miss Abigail, Miss Anna, Sir Oliver, Dr. Christopher, and Engineer Benjamin. And of course, a round of applause to our moderator, Miss May. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much for that insightful first session. Now, our next session shifts our focus to the role of technology in advancing resilience. And I might say, I really had a lot of takeaways from that very discussion. First, at least I believe that as a Gen Z, as a teacher, as I teach my students, it's really important that we choose to act rather than react. I do think it's very evident from Attorney Violeta's speech in the response to the question given by our gentleman from Nepal. It's really better to act than reacting, as if being prepared is always better than just simply addressing whatever concern or problem you have at hand. But again, our next session now focuses on the role of technology in advancing resilience. And we would also like to give a big shout out to all our participants in our Zoom meeting. Maraming salamat. Thank you so much for attending. Hello. And of course, we would like to invite everyone here in person in Baguio to please share our live stream. Our event today is live streamed via ICLEI Southeast Asia's Facebook and YouTube page. We are live and online. So if you could actually share that to your colleagues, and definitely we could have a wider and even larger reach for this discussion. For our next session, titled Smart Resilience, Harnessing AI and Data Platforms to Strengthen Inclusive Local Resilience, this session now explores how innovation can empower local governments and communities through data-driven decision-making. As we navigate increasingly complex risks, the integration of AI and digital platforms presents both opportunities and responsibilities, particularly in ensuring that such tools remain accessible, inclusive, and responsive to local needs. To moderate this session, may we call on Mr. Chris Noel Hidalgo, the Communications Manager of ICLEI Southeast Asia. A round of applause.
Hi everyone. So I realize we've been sitting around all morning. So for us to start this session, I have a couple of questions that will hopefully help us move around a little bit, get our bodies a little more warmed up. So if you have used AI in whatever capacity in the past week, please stand up. If you have used AI in whatever capacity in the last week, please stand up. Wow, it's almost everyone. In the past month, I think it's safe to say that just from looking at all of you, you've used AI in some capacity. Now I want you to share to the person next to you, if you can, what did you use AI for? So just take 20 seconds to share amongst yourself, the person next to you. Go. If you are online, please feel free to go in the chat box. Our moderators, hosts, and panelists will be able to see your chat. What did you use AI for in the last month for? All right, I think the room is slowly quieting down. So if you're done sharing your stories with your colleagues, you may now sit down. Thank you everyone for partaking in that small activity. Now I think we can all agree that AI is useful, yes? You know, I think some of us may be talking about how we use AI for work, how we use AI for our personal lives. Me personally, last week, I used AI to compute, with the rising gas prices, how long will it take for me to pay off an electric vehicle? How long is my return on investment? And I came to the conclusion that, I think I'll just suck up the gas prices because the return on investment is quite long. But if it doubles the price even more, but if the price doubles even more, then the conversation's different. I've also used AI for figuring out what size of a solar system do I need to be able to run my house fully off-grid. And the price is also quite surprising. As a non-technical person, AI opens up opportunities for building my resilience as a person. Even if I don't have access to private contractors or technical masters in terms of AI, it can be used to make equitability and inclusivity and resilience more accessible for all. And that is the point of this next session. We want to answer how can we ensure that the growing power of AI and data is used not just for efficiency, but for equity and inclusion. And we are happy to have our panelists both in person and online today. I will be introducing them one by one before I call them on stage to answer my question. And then, as with the session before, we'll have a quick panel discussion with everyone here on stage. To introduce first, joining us online via Zoom, we have Ms. Sunisa Ho, the Associate Program Management Officer of the Making Cities Resilient project of the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Sunisa serves as the regional focal point for Asia and the Pacific in the MCR 2030 initiative, and she is also the project manager of the Disability Inclusive Urban Disaster Risk Reduction and Multi-Hazard Early Warning System project being implemented right here in Baguio City. Sunisa, are you there? Hi, Sunisa. We'll get to you in a bit, all right?
Yes, thank you.
Up next, joining us in person is Mr. Christopherson Luna, Science Research Specialist of the Philippine Institute of Volcanology and Seismology. Mr. Luna represents the GeoRisk Philippines initiative, and he plays a vital role in enhancing national disaster resilience by leading capacity building workshops and training for local government units and private stakeholders. He is an expert in the GeoRisk PH integrated platform, facilitating the adoption of tools such as GeoMapper for precision hazard mapping and risk-informed planning. Mr. Christopherson Luna, if you're around, please stand to be recognized. Thank you, sir. We'll get to you in a bit. Up next, we have Mr. Rafael Jonicio, an En-ROADS ambassador. Mr. Jonicio is a social entrepreneur and environmentalist dedicated to regenerative tourism and reforestation. As the co-founder of Make a Difference, he connects travelers with indigenous communities. And as an En-ROADS climate ambassador, RAF serves as a specialized facilitator trained by Climate Interactive and the MIT Sloan Sustainability Initiative to demonstrate a data-driven policy simulation model that allows users to test the impact of various energy, economic, and agricultural strategies on global warming. Mr. Jonicio is right over there at the back. We'll get to you in a bit, sir. And next, joining us via Zoom again is Mr. Bong Vergara, the co-CEO of Young Moon. He is an ESG strategist and clean energy project developer with extensive experience in climate finance and sustainable infrastructure. He manages a $250 million, wow, project pipeline at Carbon Bank Fund and serves as a co-CEO of Young Moon, which develops waste-to-energy projects in Southeast Asia. Mr. Bong Vergara, are you there on our Zoom? Thank you, sir. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll get to you in a bit. So again, our session is on AI and data. And as you can see, we have lots of interesting perspectives regarding this, from the global level, from the private level, from the non-government level, and from the national government level. So I guess we'll start with Sunisa from the UNDRR. Sunisa, are you there? I have a
Yes,
question
I'm
for you.
here. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you now.
And
If
I
you
think
can
I
take just
also
5
hear
minutes
my...
to answer our question on how can AI, geospatial data, and predictive analytics enhance risk analysis and planning. Sunisa, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chris. I think I hear an echo. Should I proceed or wait for it? Okay, I think it's better now. Thank you very much, Chris, and happy to be here, even like online. I'm here today with my colleague Camila and Rossi. So we are walking you through on, well, the use of AI, on the use of data platform for the local government. And I think I also see very familiar face, even like looking at from the distance. Well, just going to brief you on the first slide that you might heard like from the previous sessions that there's a lot of challenge, there's a lot of gap, and there's a lot of things that we're still far behind on what we plan to do. So from here, I just want to say that like, we are like operating in a very changing environment that like climate change is here, urbanization is here, and inequality here, governance gap, health crisis, new pandemic, or many things that it's like the result like scarcity are become more interconnected. So maybe like the previous slide first, and now the risk is no longer isolated. They are complex and cascading. So, well, like the complex risks require better governance. The better governance require better data. And of course, like the better data must lead to a local action. So the question is how we do respond in more systematic and coordination way. So the next slide that's showing you here about the midterm review of Sendai framework. So we are the last mile, like time very flies. So what in here saying that, well, you can see from the right-hand side, there's different targets. Some of them, they are like very already achieved, like target A on the number of mortality, or like target E on increased national or local DRR society. So we already achieved that, yay, but actually like looking at some of them, like for example, like the international corporations or even like the early warning system and risk information. So there's still some gap. And you can see like the red dot that, well, there's a lot of far behind. But what I'm going to say is that the midterm review of the standard framework, so it's confirmed that the progress is uneven and we still like need to work more. So why like some targets are advancing and many countries still like need stronger strategies, better local governance, financing, more accessible risk informations. And it's also linked with the roles of AI, the use of AI by the local government. So in order to close this gap, so we really need a stronger data system and of course like the accountability mechanism. So the next slide that I'm going to show you here is that, well, the use of the data platform. So this is where the digital tools that become very essential at the global level. At least, like, of course, as you know, that it's helping you to understand where we are now, where is the gaps or how far or how the progress that we goes. So like from the left-hand side, this inventor is the platform that UNDR developed that to help the country to collect the disaster loss data. And from the right-hand side is Sendai framework monitoring. So it's mostly like from the right-hand side is used by the national government. It helping us to track the progress against like the Sendai framework. And together, like you can see from here that they transform the data into the evidence, into the accountabilities, and of course, like the better decision making. Like the data system is only creating an impact when it connecting with the national and so local government on how you perform the action. So the next slide is showing here that, well, the digital resilience or, well, I can put in here like the digital resilience because, well, to build the resilience using the digital, so make it like digital resilience. So how it's going to be. So it's depend on the vertical integration, meaning that the local government, they cannot work alone. And the national government, like as it now is you provide the standard, you provide the financing, you sharing risk data, and the local government, they translated this into action through the service, to the preparedness, to the community alerts. So when the national government and local government are connected, so data become an action and the resilience reach people. So smart resilience is not about the technologies. And my colleague Camilla will walk you through on how the governance, how inclusion, turning data into the local action. So Camilla, over to you.
Hello, thank you. So when we talk about local resilience, we are actually talking about a system of decisions. Just like a city can be called a system of systems, all these decisions can be better if they depend on the use of data. And when we talk about data, we mean data in its broader sense, which is not only the factual information used as a basis for reasoning, discussion, or calculation, but more importantly and more relevant for today's discussion is data as information in digital form that can be transmitted or processed. So this is the definition I want you to keep in mind as we go forward. So the problem with data is that it's often fragmented. What does it mean? It means that infrastructure data, that is where the buildings are located and what type of buildings, is maybe sitting in one department. The ASAR data, which is the knowledge of where risk is higher, which areas are more prone to some hazards, may sit in another department, and social data can also sit in another department. And sometimes some data is not even collected, and that is missing information. So different sources might be responsible for collecting different data, and these are rarely brought together. And data is quite useful itself, but it's limited if it's not brought together. So we think of AI and data platforms as a way of harmonizing this fragmented data and making it more useful for decision making. But what do we mean by AI and data platforms? So AI is nowadays a very common buzzword. most of you stood up in the room because you know of AI, but actually in technical and mathematical terms, AI is just an umbrella term. It means that it actually implies different methods, such as machine learning, for example, which is what may be used to learn patterns from data and being able to produce a classification, a ranking, a prediction, so a value estimation more often than not. For example, predicting the neighborhoods that are more likely to exhibit flood. Deep learning is a kind of machine learning that uses neural networks for more complex high-dimensional data, like, for example, satellite images. And lastly, generative AI, which is what I believe most of us and most of you use, is what those chatbots are. So that AI that is able to create new content, such as text, summaries, or images and code. And each of these can contribute its own meaningful way to decision making. However, what they all have in common and what is non-negotiable to use AI is the data. So data platforms are the building tools for and the foundational work for any kind of AI, but more importantly, any kind of technology nowadays. And data platforms are able to bring data from different sources together and make them speak a common language, which is essential for harmonizing and connecting these data sets so that we later on can use it for analysis, visualization, and local resilience decision making based on data. What are some examples of AI and data platforms in disaster risk reduction? Well, for example, predicting flood behavior, easily identifying cause effect. This is because AI tools are way quicker and way better than us in identifying patterns in the data. And most importantly and lastly, targeting outreach to the most vulnerable. AI tools can identify patterns and easily locate people who might be more in need in case of flood disruption, might be more in need of services and quicker outreach. So a very common and likely question that may be arising right now is where and how do we start? And my personal and technical opinion is to start with the data retrieval and integration. This is not only the bulk of the work, but also the most important and slowest and hardest part, that is identifying what data we have, what data is actually missing, and bringing it together so that it can be connected and used as one tool. And then building AI, those very flashy and intriguing AI models on top, is actually quite an easy and quick part if we have the foundational data to work with. But two important outtakes I want you to get from this presentation is, first of all, that the quality of the data highly influences the quality of the tool. This means that in case our data is incomplete, biased, outdated, this will lead to AI outputs that are worse than it could have been, and AI models that are not as good to use as we think they are. And secondly, that AI is just a tool and it does not replace human judgment. And it's important to keep in mind, and you may all know, that resilience decisions involve trade-offs, local knowledge, values, not only numbers and estimation. So AI is a tool, and what is important at the end of the day is to incorporate it in the decision-making and not substitute human judgment. So thank you for listening, and we stay in touch in case you want to answer some questions. Thank you.
Chris, we cannot hear you. Excuse me, Chris, we cannot hear you. The online participants cannot hear you.
Agencies. So to name a few, we have from DepEd, from DSHUD as well, we have from DPWH, from Philippine Statistics and Authority, and so much of that we'll get into later. So from these data, we house it and store it in or integrate it into our platforms. So the platforms that I'm talking about are these platforms. There are 4 platforms that GRISC is offering. So first, we divide that into 2, the available to the public and the credential-based access. So from the name itself, available to the public, which means it is accessible to anyone. You just search it, and then there's there. The credential-based access, you should first create, or we should have a memorandum of agreement between us, the 2 parties, between us, FIVOX, and your municipality or company or whatsoever. But by that time, we'll give you the username and password in order for you to access the platforms now. So first, let me dive into the Hazard Hunter PH. It's a one-stop shop hazard assessment service. So again, it's publicly available. You generate your own hazard assessment anywhere in the Philippines. You can generate hazard assessment on your house, on your lot, or whatsoever. Okay. Next would be the geoanalytics. It's somehow related to Hazard Hunter, but this time we give highlight to the land area, the population, and the demography. Which male and female are prone versus the not prone. Okay, so we get, and then the geomapper. We'll get into that later. I'll show you an example. Okay, so this one is the Hazard Hunter landing page. Okay, you search it in your search engines. Now you search your specified field of interest, whether your house or any lot. With the tap of a button, you will create your hazard assessment based on the following. On the right side, we have the seismic hazard assessment. Seismic, which means related to earthquakes, followed by the volcanic hazard assessment and the hydrometeorological assessment. Now, the key feature of this one is that with the touch of a button, as you can see on the bottom right, when you click View Recommendations, it will give you a PDF form of hazard assessment. It's an official document. You can present it whenever you're applying for a building permit or whatever permit you're applying to. It's there. It's a click. With a matter of seconds, will give you all information, whether you're prone to liquefaction, prone to ground shaking, and the recommendations as well. So it's easy as that. So next one would be the geomapper. This one is a credential-based system. As we can see, the goal is to create your own exposure database. We map out the existing houses, the critical facilities, the structures in your area. Now, as you can see, the pink shapes are called polygons. That's the goal of our project, is to create these polygons on every houses. Now we go to the hazard. In this case, this one is a liquefaction hazard. So which means this area right here is near the beach or the coastline. So this one is a liquefaction. It's a hazard wherein when you move closer to the coastline, it gives you a highly vulnerable state. No? So from there, as let's say I'm a chief officer of the DRR office of my municipality, I already know how many houses are affected. I can generate my own evacuation plans. What are the available spaces where I can create my critical facilities and evacuations? Okay. So if you're interested, you may send us an email of intent to the gres@fevox.gov.ph. So just to share, we just recently launched the AI version with the help of the AI. This month, it's called Handa Platform for Disaster Risk Response and Mitigation. So it's assisted with a AI chatbot. It gives the instantaneous information regarding hazard information in your area. For example, in Baguio City, I just send the AI, give me the details of the current hazards in my area, then it will give you all necessary information regarding your city or municipality. So I think that ends my presentation. Magandang umaga po. Good morning to all.
Thank you, Mr. Christopherson, for that, for giving us a good look into what happens when we have the data, then we start to use it for building resilience. An interesting fact, I used Hazard Hunter to see, back when I lived in Metro Manila, to see how far I am from the West Valley fault line, the biggest fault line in the Philippines. I lived right on top of it, surprisingly. Now I've moved, thanks to the data that I've gotten from Hazard Hunter. Now I live next to a volcano. So let's choose our poison when it comes to hazards, right? Now I know you're all hungry. You're hungry for more presentations and you're hungry for more knowledge. I like that spirit. So without further ado, we'll go back to our next online speaker, Mr. Bong Vergara, the co-CEO of Young Moon. And for Bong, my question is, we've seen now that data is important. We've seen how data can be used by cities in terms of making it more accessible and digestible for the public. Now, how can cities build stronger local data systems? Bong, over to you.
Thank you, Chris. Can you all hear me? Is my audio clear? Okay. Naimbag nga aldaw yu amin, Apo. Good morning, good evening, distinguished governors, mayors, local electeds, and friends attending online. Happy 21st anniversary to ICLEI Southeast Asia. My name is Bong Vergara, a native son of the provinces of Ilocos Sur and Abra, Philippines. Currently working with a network of technology, construction, and private capital firms focused on the zero-emission transition. To make good use of my time, I will narrowly focus my comments on a single idea, and it's the idea of meaningful use. I lead meaningful use efforts in California on the local implementation of SDG 3, Health, 7, Energy, and 16, Violence Reduction. I hope you will find some of my remarks useful. Next slide, please. The gap between data collection and meaningful use of data is where resilience breaks down. By data, please know I include local indigenous knowledge because it is data, it is also data, and it is as valuable as conventional institutional data. LGUs across the ASEAN region are gathering climate and disaster data, but very few are converting that data into decisions that protect lives, allocate resources, and sustain funding. The cost of that gap is measurable. After a disaster, the average window lost to poor data coordination is 72 hours. And in disaster response, 72 hours can mean everything. In addition, 60% of LGUs in our region lack real-time climate risk dashboards. And what makes this urgent financially is that up to 4.1 billion in annual resilience funding now requires evidence-based reporting in order to access resources. So I invite you to sit with one question, which is, what is the one barrier standing between you and meaningful use? In my opinion, next slide, please. In my opinion, one very important barrier is the lack of sustained and long-term institutional support for meaningful use. Smart resilience tools, including sensors, dashboards, early warning systems, are becoming expensive orphans. No one is in charge of them after the pilot phase. The Smart City pilot launches, pilot implementation ends, and without institutional ownership, the meaningful use aspect of that project collapses often abruptly. We see this pattern consistently, and it comes down to 4 structural failures, in my opinion. First, there's no recurring operations budget. Most smart city budgets are one-time appropriations. Once the pilot ends, there's no designated funding to sustain it. Second, data silos between agencies continue to exist and persist. Barangay, municipal, and national systems rarely talk to each other, much less share valuable data, further fragmenting the situational picture exactly when system and data integration matter most. Third, limited capacity to negotiate technology partnerships continue to persist at the local level. Few LGUs have the legal or technical experience, not the capacity, to structure concession agreements with private sector partners. So cities give away leverage they don't know they have. Fourth and finally, no designated O&M unit or mandate. Without a standing unit for ongoing operations at the local level, data systems degrade quite rapidly. Local resilience requires permanent capacity, not just temporary project staff. The sum total of these 4 quote-unquote institutional failures is local governance. If we don't fix the governance conditions that make meaningful use possible, we will keep lagging behind on multiple issues of local resilience. Next slide, please. Which brings me to why right now is a rare window. Capital is looking for exactly what cities hold. This is the leverage that I referenced earlier. Cities have land, power access, grid access to be more precise, and you're close to communities, consumers of infrastructure resources. The overlapping demand from AI infrastructure and renewable energy is driving private investors toward municipal partnerships at a global scale. The numbers frame the moment. The global AI data center market is projected to reach $810 billion by 2033, a few years away. Grid interconnection queues are averaging 3 to 5 years for new sites globally, and because infrastructure developers can't justify waiting that long, your cities, especially your idle transformer capacity, have immediate leverage. This is a moment for Southeast Asian local leadership as 3 conditions align. Existing grid access are few and far between. So LGUs that already have it command premium private interest. Energy mandates are creating alignment. ESG requirements are pushing data center operators directly toward partnering with your cities because your resilience goals are now their investor goals, and they are the same. Finally, first mover cities will set the model. The LGUs that structure the first PPP agreements will co-define with the private sector and government what the standards are, what the term sheets are, and the accountability mechanisms that ought to include indigenous populations that the rest of the region can adapt with. Next slide, please. In closing, I'd like to highlight the through line in my remarks. The value of data to local resilience is real, and so is the gap to meaningful use. The institutional dimension of failure is structural, and the PPP window to fix both simultaneously is wide open right now. And LGUs have more leverage than what's often acknowledged. Cities that move first will build the capacity for meaningful use and attract capital to sustain it. That is the opportunity before us this week in Baguio. Thank you for listening. I yield the floor back to ICLEI.
And what stands to be harvested if we are able to address that gap. And I think most of us here are from local governments. The funding pool is amazing. It's just that we need data. The funding institutions need quality data, and not just one time, as Mr. Bong said, but consistent practices that show funders that, hey, we're taking data collection, management, and processing seriously. So give us your money. And it's also interesting that he mentioned that this space right now, especially in this day and age, is quite ripe for pickings. It's a new frontier. No one's doing public-private partnerships much in this way as before. So those cities that dare to explore this area first with their private partners, NGO partners, they stand to set the tone for the rest. And now, as we move to our final discussant, I'd like to introduce again Mr. Rafael Jonicio, our En-ROADS ambassador, to walk us through the En-ROADS platform. What is it? How can cities use it? Is it fun to play around with as we develop our local policies? Mr. Jonicio, over to you.
Hi everyone, let me just see if I can do screen mirroring because I really prefer a mirror. Work? There we go. All right, thank you. So I'm here to discuss the En-ROADS simulator now, but I think I want you guys to understand where I'm coming from and how we actually got to use it, because maybe that journey is something similar to you, no? And I'm a little different within the room because we're a social enterprise and NGO that we work on building regenerative economics in communities, because we always hear that sustainability is only for the rich, and we understand that there are many barriers for sustainability initiatives getting down to the communities. And so we thought that we would utilize and leverage our tourism to do that. No? So I prepared for you a short excerpt from a film. This is a technological innovation for us on how to communicate the climate story and its effects better. So please watch.
Well, you know, I remember the date. And in fact, that day, what we experienced, 54 degrees Celsius, heat index. Wow! To actually experience that, mind-blowing. We're experiencing now heat index of 40, 43, which we, if you notice, beginning to normalize.
Yan po, madalang po yung kahoy, kaya mainit po talagang singaw ng panahon. Hindi ka po makalakad dyan sa lahat. Sobrang init.
Mararamdaman mo po sa balat na alas 9 pa lang, para ka nang pinapasok dyan.
Isa sa pinakamalaking hamon na kinakaharap hindi lang ng ating bansa, kundi ng buong mundo, ang climate change. Ngunit sa kabila ng lahat ng ito, sa puso ng mga bundok ng Zambales, nananatili ang isang komunidad na patuloy na lumalaban. Mga tao muling binubuhay, ang kanilang lupain minsang nawala.
Typhoons that have just taken everything away, fires that have taken away land, and in that devastation, them telling me that there is hope.
It's something deeper. And I think that's what we really need. And we're talking about behavioral change. It's about falling in love with nature, falling in love with the people. And because if you love something, you'll definitely protect it. I think that's the bottom line there.
This whole project's about empowering them and showing them another way to make money, another way to take care of the environment, to take care of their families. It means everything. We can't protect it. I can't protect it. Only they can. So those last two images are images of the reforestation site that we work on in Zambales. We've been working on it for 10 years, right? And as much as nature-based solutions are important, we did have a lot of insights, no? And as we went along, I just want to show you some snippets of where we started, no? The land here is very dry, right? And for 30 years, this community has been left poor after the eruption of Mount Pinatubo, which buried them in 50 feet of ash. So you put climate change on top of that, the 54 degrees Celsius heat, that's crazy, right? And so we piloted agroforestry tourism in partnership with the community here. The tour funds reforestation, and it funds growing. Now, so here are just some images, right? You eat with the community, they're the caterers, they're trained to do restaurant-level food, right? And then you plant, no? Now, one story I wanted to share with you is that this is the chieftain, and after our first successful tour, we were supposed to pay chieftain in one day what he would have earned in 1 month. So that is the power of agritourism done properly. Chieftain looks at me. He's a grade 5 dropout, so he didn't finish primary school. He looks at me and says, "I don't want your money," which shocks me because I had come there to help him, which I think most of you have that same experience, no? You go to these far-flung communities to help. And Chieftain said, "If you give me money today, I might spend it on 3-in-1 coffee, I might spend it on load, so that's cell phone credits, or cigarettes, because that's what people in my community want immediately." if you are serious about helping me, look at our ancestral domain. It is huge, it's 4,000 hectares, but it is empty. So when you come back, can you please bring us some seeds? Because seeds we will plant, and even if someone steals the seeds, the thief will probably plant those, and my community will benefit, my grandkids will benefit. No? And so it flipped the way that we saw our mode or attack for development, no? And we tried to follow Chieftain's advice ever since, no? So the first thing we did is we started getting seeds from other communities. So this is the before and after. You can see it burned a lot in that area, no? Also, with the help of AI, actually I just put it here earlier, no? I asked AI before, so what crops actually grow in Zambales, no? In our town, right? And you can see so it says here, you can do root crops, right? You can also do certain vegetables, and then you can do cashew, right? So our reforestation site today has 50,000 cashew trees. We're selling the actual cashew here today from the community. They're doing root crops now, right? And the research that this provides is invaluable. We, of course, had to double check at the local market to see if there was a stock shortage in the surrounding towns, which we did. No? And I wanted to just share with you this before and after slide, no, that we had, right? Just by applying simple data research using AI and then checking with the market. No? So before, this is their income, 40 to 60 USD per month. Farm tourism, 0. Regular crop failure because they're trying to plant rice in an area without much water in a very long dry season. Regular underperformance of crops. After using the data and then trying to leverage agritourism with it, we're able to grow a lot of things and increase their income. No? It's a far cry from where we want them to be. I'm hoping that they are eventually at the 20,000 pesos a month. So that's about what, 300, 400 USD a month. But at least we see that they're able to double incomes. We're working with about 137 families. So it's difficult for a small group like us to work with them. No? Now, I thought in the past that nature-based solutions would be the key, right? And this brings us to En-ROADS. No? I took a fellowship program at MIT, and one of my professors presented this. So when I saw this, I was like, oh, nice. It is a simulator. This is free, by the way. You can use this all online. No? And he walked us through. So he asked me a question. He said, Raf, you've been working in the climate space for 10 years, right? What do you think the effect of nature-based solutions is, or the reduction of deforestation is on the carbon story of the planet? No? And so just to present to you, the baseline that MIT is suggesting is we're going to increase by 3.3 degrees Celsius by the year 2100. That's our trajectory today, right? And right now, it's called En-ROADS because it's energy roads. These are the sources of energy that the global human family uses. So you see, coal is the dirtiest, it's at the bottom, followed by oil. And then the blue is, gas. And green is solar, and then green, and then there's nuclear and other kinds of energy there, no? So I told him, oh, I bet nature-based solutions and reforestation can solve all the issues. Who believes me? Anyone? A few do, thank you. No. So I said, sure. And so we said, let's stop deforestation as much as we can. And I was like, what? 0.1 degrees Celsius? Is that the only effect? Right? So I said, okay, if we stop deforestation, fine. But if we use mindful agriculture and everything, what about this? Okay, we get to 3 degrees. It's not enough, right? And so I started, in that class, I started to realize, okay, maybe I'm looking at it different. I'm too in love with nature, and I'm not acknowledging all the other solutions we need, right? And so I thought that my next suggestion was, okay, let's tax coal. Does it sound good, right? Of course, it's hard to ignore that now. Gets us to 2.8, right? Oh, let's tax oil. 2.7, it's not enough. How about, and how about we max out renewables? 2.6, it's still not enough. How about we electrify transport? Barely anything. Let's electrify buildings. Barely anything. This is what surprised me. What about we make our buildings energy efficient? Bam. What if we make our transport energy efficient, right? What if we reduce agricultural emissions, so all these methane planting and all this burning? Waste and leakage. What if we start solving the waste that our DNR presenter earlier mentioned, all that methane leakage too, right? And if you want to take it further, you can project lower economic growth and lower population growth that continues to go down, no? And if you want to tax carbon, fine, 1.8, no? What this solves, right, is one, it leverages the name of MIT, which is one of the most credible universities in the world. They have taken data from all over UN, World Economic Forum, different governments, put it all in here. It's open source, by the way. So if you want to understand what I mean by agricultural emissions, there is a drop down, and it actually discusses here methane and nitrous oxide from agriculture, right? You can decide when it starts, you can decide how it's achieved, food waste, food for animals. No? So there's a lot of interesting things here, nature-based solutions. My personal favorite here is biochar, which I'm hoping more people can do. No? So how does this work for you, right? So here, you will see on this map, this is Santo Tomas, Pampanga, right? So I'm gonna enlarge it here because it shows for you sea level rise and flood risk on a map based on your solution, right? So the blue thing here, this will sink by 2100. This green stuff, because we simulated the implementation of certain solutions, this area will be saved, right? And I actually checked with Google Earth earlier what hectareage will be saved in Santo Tomas, Pampanga if we do these solutions. The answer is, here's the size, get info, measurements, it is 587 hectares of land. That's no joke, right? If you can save 587 hectares of land in one province, what more your entire country? And this particular system, which is free, teaches you how to do it. Now, there's one side story I want to share with you. I showed this to the builders of one of our biggest highways in the country, the Metro Pacific Group. So they build SLEX, SCTEX, Cavitex, NLEX. No? I showed this to them and I said, guys, by the way, in 2023, I got stuck in a very bad flood, July, around here, no? And also, some of you might have been stuck in that same flood. I see some people, yeah. And I told them, by 2100, in fact, as early as 2060, this will be permanently sinking. And the lady who was in charge of infra development was like, oh my God, when we planned this highway, we did not look that far ahead. But because of our human behavior today, because we don't understand that we need a variety of solutions, then they basically put investment in something that'll sink. And that's very expensive. For them, it's expensive for the local governments that paid for certain side roads, right? And everything. No? There's also another thing here that I just wanted to show you because it's summer on impacts, right? It has a lot of charts, but I wanted to show you the extreme heat days because we're experiencing that today, no? You can see your country here, right? And you will know how many extreme heat days you will probably have, right? It can also show you the crop yield decrease over time vis-a-vis the temperature, right? And so for you guys in government or NGOs, now you have an idea like, wait, MIT is saying if I don't change this, these crops will decline. Rice, wheat, corn, right? I'll have these heat days, no? And so those are some things that I hope are addressable now. Now, if you're interested to learn more, you just have to go to this website. It's I'll just go to the main website just so you see it, so I can wrap up. Sorry, here. It's called Climate Interactive, right? So that's the company, right, that does all this in partnership with MIT, right? And if you want something to be run in your own office, your own LGU, right? We're happy to help you because we have a program that we call Race to Zero. It is an actual role-playing where you get to play the role of, could be Donald Trump, could be the president of Indonesia, Elon Musk, where what you want to do is you want to simulate and negotiate to see how far you can push the temperature to. But you're given roles and you're given guidelines on what your needs are, right? So again, this is something that a lot of people need to experience to understand better, unless you're a super data person so that you see the charts move. No? But I hope that this particular tool helps you. Yeah, this is funny because you really have to negotiate using polarizing personalities because they make the decisions, right? So we could localize it if you like, right? So there, no? So here, you see that someone was Greta Thunberg. She had, in the conversation, she had very little influence, right? Although she is the loudest on social media. No? So, just to wrap up, this, before the advent of this technology, can you imagine President Clinton, right, negotiating with, let's say, the President of France and saying, oh, my team says this solution reduces carbon by this much. Back then, they would calculate it and then meet the next day. Today, they just plop it up in front of them, each other in COP, and then, oh, okay, that's how it works. That's the effect on your area, right? And we hope that this tool helps you in negotiating and in making strategic decisions for agriculture, for your water, for your housing, for your roads. So with that, guys, thank you, and I hope you have a good afternoon.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raf Jonicio. I guess when we talk about AI and data, we tend to get lost in the numbers. How can we do it? How can we collect data? How can we use AI? What's the algorithms like, etc., etc., etc. But it's nice to be reminded why we do these things, right? It's for the least advantaged, it's for the disadvantaged, it's for the most vulnerable people. And as we set up, can we set up 2 chairs here in front? And then if we still have Sunisa and Mr. Bong on Zoom, can we put them on the screen as well as Camila? If they are still there, if we can put them on the screen. Sorry, can we have the chairs slightly off center? And then I'd like to ask Mr. Christopher Son and Mr. Raf Jonicio to please sit back on the stage. Then we have time for one quick question from the audience, and I'd give our wonderful presenters about a minute each to give their insights. So do we have any questions from the audience for our presenters on AI and data? We have one from DOF here.
I think it's for Sir Raf. Given how extensive you presented the En-ROADS earlier, what do you think are the steps we can inform also the IPs and the natives about it in educating them as well, given that you said, of course, they're not the education level that they have, but they know the practical ways in also helping mitigate or doing climate actions?
I see. I think the context here would be, one, I'll contextualize and say different indigenous groups have different levels of economic capacity, right? So what might work for Zambales, I don't know if it'll work in Cordillera or in Mindanao, right? That said though, the one thing that I think could really be implemented across all of them, because we've tried to study it, is changing their behavior from burning things, whether it's slash and burn, or it's, I just need to burn my trash in the afternoon, right? Which is kind of cultural to most parts of the Philippines. We hope that they can turn it, they can put it in a pyrolysis chamber. I have a photo on my laptop, but basically turn it into biochar because it's going to remediate the soil immediately, increase water absorption. There is proof that if you mix it into your paint and paint it on your roof, you will block heat, you will block rust. So that's free anti-heat, anti-rust on your roof. Why wouldn't you want that? No? And then the last one is, it's also start people are also starting to use it as a low carbon concrete mixture. So instead of using all these aggregates or all the cement, they can mix some biochar inside, and then what you end up with is porous cement. So there are market applications, and all these communities will probably have to deal with biomass anyway in extensive ancestral domains, right? So we're working on finding commercial links for these. We're producing actually in Subic Bay, and we're producing in Zambales. And if you guys are interested, Brent Baguio recently asked us to train their groundsmen on how to do it. And so I think that one, because it doesn't need electricity, and the buy-in is like, I think 1,000 pesos equipment, and you're done, right? So that's my answer to it.
Thank you, Mr. Raf. I think Mr. Raf Dionisio does a great job at helping us contextualize our learnings to action on the ground, from the ground up, right? So I think at this time to, for the rest of our panelists, I think I'd like to ask, do you have any case studies that you can share on what cities that have taken the time and effort to invest in data management, to invest in AI platforms, and how that benefited their city? Do you have any best practices or case studies that you'd like to quickly share? I think we can ask Mr. Christopherson first, and then we'll go to our online panel.
Yes. One of the things that I can integrate the case studies to our platforms, Baguio City. Baguio City is considered for us like one of the, when you look at their geomapper, their database, it's very revamped, it's very solid, no? And even they requested us to have the emergency medical response. So it's a dashboard wherein multiple, they have this multiple, actually they have a lot of figures, no? I really can't disclose it, but what I want to point out is that the initiative of utilizing the platform with the integrated data from their geomapper coincides with one another. So when it comes to the medical response, they can see it virtually, which gives them the ease to get or to do the job they want to do, right? So it's not just that. A lot of LGUs as well in the Philippines have availed this service, and they even managed to step up. For example, the provincial government of Batangas, the provincial government veterinary office of Batangas, instead of houses, what they want to integrate in the platform is the houses housing animals. So they create this geomapper. With the use of geomapper, they want to see how many houses, the whole province of Batangas, who has a pet all the way to the farms, who can, that generates or involves money. For example, down from the household who has 1 to 5 pets and above. Then another lot, say they have a lot of farms there, who creates or who usually takes care of pigs, horses, and everything like that. So from there, you create the dashboard and gives them idea on how to generate their own plants in the veterinary office.
Thank you, Mr. Christopherson. We now head on over to Zoom. Mr. Bong, do you want to go first? Any best practice case studies you can quickly share with us?
Sure, and in the interest of time, I'll keep it short. The health reform campaign in the US in the late 2000s, 2008, 2009 is a good, well-documented case study on the use of meaningful use, because it wasn't just a technical transformation. That wasn't the core objective of that meaningful use effort, similar to what the discussion is now here, which is your focus on resilience. That health reform effort required that local community clinics would adopt electronic health records and practice management systems so that they could do two things. They could enable electronic health records for their individual patients that would enable EHR to be portable, so a user can take it with him or her, regardless of regardless of whether there's a change in insurance coverage or a change in their PCP. I'm convinced that there's a direct translation and use case of that EHR effort in the US to some of the local use cases for data to promote resilience in Southeast Asia. In fact, I'm so convinced of that there's an very, very early effort between my team and the team at ICLEI Southeast Asia to develop a policy brief on meaningful use. We're calling it Makabuluhang Paggamit, that begins to pull the thread as far as how meaningful use could be translated into the use of data for local resilience.
You like to share any best practice or case studies quickly?
Thank you very much, Chris. I can take one sample from Bangkok. Bangkok Metropolitan Administration is the city, we all know it's a big city. So there's so many complex of data management. And I think, and the current governor team. So the first thing first, what they are doing is they just do the Bangkok risk map. And they just spend like zero penny on this map, because in Bangkok there are so many partners, and the team, like the Bangkok management team, they can bringing in a different data from different stakeholders. Like in this map, they have like a map on flood, on like the fire. Okay, I'll just do it here, the fire, and okay, what else, like the what you call the road accident, PM 2.5, and it's open for like any like people can access, and it's also like showing the fire extinguisher, which they also like use another tool that called traffic fondue, that's asking the people, we can just inform if there is any like the light, like the traffic light, the problem, or any road or anything, any problem that we see in our daily life. This is one way that is very smart, that the Bangkok can get like the smart data, especially not only on the risk mapping, but also like on like any other challenge that like the Bangkok team can like solve, like this kind of issue. So this is also like one of the key area that data really matter on like the urban management, especially for the big city like Bangkok. Yeah, thank you. Chris, I couldn't hear. Thank you.
Sorry. Hi, Sunisa. I hope that's better. Yeah. So unfortunately, that's all the time we have for our Q&A. Can we give our online and in-person speakers a round of applause? And I think I'll invite our speakers to remain on their camera and our in-person speakers to please stand so we can have a quick photo op. And then I'll just stand here. All right, please smile in 3, 2, 1. Keep smiling. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much to our speakers, both in person and online. Huge round of applause, everyone.
Thanks, everyone. By the way, there's free training for the Climate Interactive. Just check their website. You can get it online.
Thank you very much, sir. And with that, I turn our stage over back to our wonderful MC. Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you once again to our panelists for that very forward-looking discussion. Thank you so much, Ms. Camilla, Ms. Sunisa, Sir Christopherson, Sir Rafael, Sir Arbong, and of course, a round of applause for our moderator, Mr. Chris. And at this point, we have now come to the most awaited part of the program. We will now be breaking for lunch. May we invite everyone to please proceed to the designated dining area. We have 3 tables, so there will be no long queues or too long queues. We have 3 tables for that, and we will be resuming the program shortly. Have a wonderful meal, please, everyone. Please help yourselves. Thank you. And as we fill ourselves with the academe and such, and as you eat as well, if you could now think of an answer on how can we make resilience more inclusive, please write your answers outside on our commitment wall. Again, it's a simple question, but it really asks you to think, how can we make resilience more inclusive?
Sound check. Sound check. Sound check. Hey. Sound check. What is that? Test check. Test check. Hey. Test.
state-owned adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception, and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the
Sound check.
beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we are trying to have in the project.
So for example, indigenous knowledge from, countries living in like countries like States, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their land, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
This is one of the beauties of CLEAR projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we shouldn't do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
Check the sound. Check. Check.
Check hey sound. Sound check. Sound check. Sound check hey.
Locally honed adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we're trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like SIGs, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we should do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
Sound check. Sound. Sound check. Sound check. Check it. Check. Check it. Check it. check. Hey, hey. Sorry. Check, check. Sound check.
locally honed adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we're trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in like countries like states, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we should do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
locally honed adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we are trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like states, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we should do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
locally honed adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we're trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like SIDS, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we should do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
We hope that you were filled with our lunch, but rest assured you'll be even more filled with the rest of the afternoon. Please find your way back to your places. We will be resuming our program by 1:50. Once again, we will be starting our program by 1:50. Thank you.
locally honed adaptation strategies are likely and significantly to be sustainable, unlike when it is copy and paste. And why? You can only control what you own. So when the community are part of a project from the inception and they are integrated into all the ideas, they're likely to support it, they're likely to own it, they're likely to make it to be sustainable.
We don't have the beneficiaries involved in the co-creation process, then the co-producing becomes a problem. And also having them in the co-creation process gives them ownership, and ownership allows them to feel like it belongs to them. And now it builds the sustainability and the long-term solutions that we are trying to have in the project.
So, for example, indigenous knowledge from countries living in countries like SIDS, etc., and also like around the world, indigenous people, they have so much knowledge. They have a lot of spiritual connections to their lands, etc. So I think nature-based solution is a westernized concept where we as Africans also, we have always been close to nature and conservation. So I think Southern leadership is so important.
So this is one of the beauties of ICLEI projects in Africa and in Asia, because we are driving idea that it should be community possessed. And in doing that, we are laying emphasis on research communication and building empathy with victims of extreme events. Enough of crucifying them. Enough of saying, oh, informal settlers are bad. No, they are good. It is just for us to create a better environment for them, and we shouldn't do that without having their heritage being eroded.
Those who are bearing the brunt of climate change are those who are coming mostly from the south, especially small island developing states like Mauritius. So Southern leadership is very important, because we cannot solve the climate dilemma if we don't take into consideration their perspectives.
Good afternoon, everyone. We hope you had a meaningful and restful lunch break. We now continue with our afternoon session. For this afternoon, it is now titled Unraveling Urban Resilience Using the City Preparedness Index, a scientific evaluation method for developing policy and action networks. This session highlights the importance of evidence-based approaches in resilience building. And as cities face increasingly layered risks, tools such as the City Preparedness Index enables us to move beyond assumptions toward measurable, data-informed strategies that strengthen both policy and practice. To guide us through this session, it is my pleasure to introduce our moderator. She works as a researcher at Research Institute for Humanity and Nature in Japan, and prior to her current role, she worked as a program officer at the Asia Pacific Network for Global Change Research, or APN, managing capacity development programs in the region and engaging in knowledge management. Her major interests are climate change and forest ecosystems, conservation science, and sustainability science. She obtained her MSc in the United Nations Institute for Sustainability, where she developed her core competencies in conducting action research projects, ecosystem services evaluation, landscape values mapping, and stakeholder engagement. Please all, let's put our hands together for Miss Christmas Uchiyama.
Thank you for such nice introduction. Hello everyone. Magandang tanghali po. My name is Christmas Uchiyama and you can call me Chris. So today I'll be the moderator and really happy to be back in the Philippines. I've been in Japan for 12 years now and the last time I was here was in 2023. So yeah, I feel at home and I feel kind of really, again, going back to my roots. So thank you. Thank you to ICLEI for this opportunity to conduct this session. And just a little bit of introduction. This session is actually based on an APN project. And the title itself of the project is Unraveling Urban Resilience Using CPI, City Preparedness Index. And what we would like to have from this session is to discuss with all the participants and to also demonstrate the initial findings of the project. But before that, so let me just, because we just came out from lunch, I just wanted to have a little bit of icebreaker. So we know this is a resilience conference and we need to be inclusive. So I'd like everyone's participation in this. So just quickly, a raise of hand or please stand up and just shake your hands. Who among you starts with an initial of B, letter B, first name? Please stand up. Okay, shake your hands. Yeah, that's it. Just remove all the nerves and, just start to feel the session. And then next one is letter O. Okay, sir from ACB is here. Thank you. Shake your hands, maybe. Okay. And next is U. Please, anyone that starts with letter U? No one. Okay, next is N. No one? Then, okay, hello, our colleague from Indonesia. And D. No, okay, yeah, please, thank you. Thank you for participating. A, letter A, please. Our colleague from Nepal here, okay. Okay, also our colleagues from the Philippines, yeah. Hello, ma'am. And R, hello, yeah, a lot of R here. Thank you for indulging me. Y, okay, hello, colleague from Nepal. So, finally, what's the word? Okay, wow, you are all paying attention. So it's just an introduction. Like every one of us has a definition or orientation of something. Like in this figure, you could see someone thought that that part this is a snake. And another part of an elephant's body says this is a leaf. And then another one says this is a mountain. So then we have all our own circle and we have all our boundary. And with the shared boundary, we can start to understand each other and can be more inclusive. So I hope this session we could kind of think of really setting away from our boundary and looking into how we could collaborate together. So again, another interaction. So please, those who have a phone, could you kindly scan this QR code on the screen? And also, I welcome our participants online to also scan the QR code. So, okay, tell me if you're ready. You guys okay? You have okay, you have it. So let me go to our Mentimeter. This is just to get to know each other. Okay, everyone can see the screen? Everyone can see the question? Oh no, okay, I need some help from our technical team. I think I would like to show the result of or responses from our participants, if that's okay. And I see here that 75 people have joined. If someone could just maybe plug me in, I'm online here. And so we're trying to do a mirroring in of my screen. And probably while our technical team is preparing for that, let me just go ahead and go back to the presentation. So I could see 91 people have joined, and we are still fixing the mirroring in. Okay, thank you so much. So now we move to the first question. Yeah. Please tell me, I'd like to know who are the people I'm talking to. Of course, I've gotten to know some of you, but I just want to have a brief of trend. We have here, of course, many people coming from the Philippines. We have from Mauritania, Qatar, Indonesia, Hong Kong, and Philippines. So India are here. Thank you so much. It's so amazing to see many people participating and joining in. Please keep them coming, keep the responses coming. Thank you so much. And next question is, which municipality do you represent? So just put the name of your municipality, and we'd like to just get to know each other. So some of you are coming from La Trinidad, from Kobe, Antipolo City, Legazpi, and Rojas, Cagayan de Oro, Parañaque, Science City of Muñoz, Virac, Brongan. So thank you for all these wonderful responses. Thank you for contributing and just filling the session. And now I'll just move on to the next question. Yes, if you don't mind, may you let us know your age range, please? Okay, I see here a representation of 30 to 40 years old. Yeah, isn't it fun to see how many people, the diversity of people who are here? So thank you for joining in. And we move on to the next one. Which sector are you from? So this sector is like our kind of our circle. And as we work towards inclusive resilience, we'd like to work together and have this cross-sectoral coordination. So yeah, 45 people from government, 48 people from government. Thank you so much for participating. Next up, what comes to mind when you hear urban resilience? Anything, any kind of word, even in your own language. We have here infrastructure, people, children, yep, safety, city planning, job, sustainable development, community involvement, buildings, recovery, inclusivity. And yeah, I'd like to kind of note the word children. Children, yeah, in Japan, like with the decline of population, yeah, the word children could mean resilience, I believe. Like with my experience there, it's necessary to really like have this stable population. And thank you for all those responses. So next up, what comes to mind when you hear the words city preparedness? Please? Anything? We have here DRR, adaptation, readiness, zero casualty, and inclusion, again, sustainability, early warning, and we have risk assessment, we have anticipation, we have ready, the word ready, management, and yeah, I really thank you for participating. So I think we are kind of down to kind of our last for this part. So tell us what comes to mind when you hear the word index or indicator. Please? We have data, yeah. Data is really necessary. Scary number. That's something. And then target and order, parameters, KPI, people, criteria, and all these wonderful responses that hopefully later we could plan to also look at it and analyze. But yeah, thank you so much for all those responses. Now, this is the last. Which risk do you think your city is currently better prepared for? I kind of focus here on just heat risk and flood risk because in our project, we are just covering heat risk and flood risk. But of course, there are many types of risk that we are facing. But for this category, please, I'd like to hear your opinion on it. So we have here, most of the people answers flood risk. They're more prepared for flood risk. And then the lowest number is heat risk, because heat risk is still a kind of developing issue. And I think as compared to Philippines, if you compare Philippines and Japan, Japan is kind of more prepared to heat risk than the country Philippines. So now, yeah, we will do the speaker's presentation. And let me go back to my screen again. Thank you very much again for such interaction. Really happy to kind of receive such responses and get to know all the people here and of course the people who are also participating online. Thank you. Okay, going back. We know that one of the critical goals of city management is to improve a city's values while achieving sustainable growth. And to be able to achieve sustainable growth, we are considering two contexts here, which is urban resilience and preparedness. And urban resilience include characteristics such as robustness and persistence, adaptability, inclusivity, and social equity. So that includes giving equal opportunities to people depending on what gender it is, he or she has, and then what kind of job, what kind of nationality. So we actually use the word equity, not equality. And then as for preparedness, preparedness involves the specific knowledge and capacities that we have to anticipate and address disasters and how we can bounce back from past events and past disasters. So these include integrated infrastructure, nature-based solutions, and integrated strategic action plans. So these two aspects, as you know, contribute to Target B of Sendai Framework. And the Target B of Sendai Framework is the target to reduce the number of affected communities and individuals. So in one of the paper and research that we have conducted, what we see in Asia Pacific is that this lack of integration, and I think you all know this has been mentioned and repeatedly discussed to all the people, all the participants, most of the participants here, that there is this challenges on how to mainstream and integrate DRR and CCA concepts. And that's one of the really hurdle in disaster risk reduction. So in Japan, we have concepts of urban-rural linkage, and that is what we call RCES or RCES. And this is like connecting urban and rural areas, because we know that city usually depend for resources from the rural areas. So that kind of natural capital should be able to circulate, and not just the natural capital itself, but also circulation of people, which is human capital. And they're focusing on 4 concepts, which is one is urban and rural linkage, decarbonization, ecosystem-based solutions, and resource circulation. So these 4 concepts are kind of integrated not only in the city, but also like extending to nearby rural communities. And this is a representation of how it's trying to be implemented by the Japanese government, and what kind of SDGs are attached to such components. So you see here, like for example, natural capital coming from rural areas or the Satoyama areas, and then also to produce capital being returned again to the rural areas. This is a way of kind of working together hand in hand, and also a way of revitalizing also the rural communities, the declining rural communities in Japan, and not just focusing on the cities, because that's also really the major problem, which is how we could revitalize populations and livelihood in the rural communities of Japan. So looking into the future, we know that it's projected that in 2050, 68% of humanity will live in cities. But with that kind of projection and projected development, the kind of increased risk is also expected. And that's why urban resilience matters. So building resilience, for example, in the way of sponge city, or in the way of using nature-based solutions, or in the way of like having a garden in your balcony for food resource. Those are examples of how we could mitigate shocks and chronic stresses. Also, investing in resilience that provides dividend, or like a kind of subsidy or benefit that you can receive even there's no disaster. So something like you don't really like kind of do a reactive measure, but more a proactive measure. And the last kind of reason why we need to have urban resilience or strengthen urban resilience is that we need to sustain resource security, and we need to kind of still strengthen the social equity and inclusivity. So these are examples of pillars of urban resilience. So you know here, you're very familiar with the infrastructure pillar, with the ecosystems pillar, social and governance pillar. And later, our main speakers will be able to discuss this further and focus on the issues in each of the pillar. But with all those dimensions of urban resilience, we still ask, how can a city strengthen, really strengthen its resilience to changes and uncertainties? Because we have the data, we have the projection, but still, I think we are still not yet there to be able to learn from the past and to be able to bounce back better. So what are the ways to look at the needs and internal characteristics and strengths of the city through looking at risk and policy perception of citizens? So that's why in this session, we just want to kind of look at mainly local perception and discuss local perception's relationship with barriers in city preparedness and barriers related to policies, and how do we break those barriers? And then also, we'd like to explore City Preparedness Index, or CPI, however complex that word is, or simple that is for you. But we would like to explore the word itself in Asian cities such as Legazpi, Borongan, Bangkok, Dhaka, Kobe, Osaka, Nara. And we'd like to compare how they operationalize CPI. And lastly, we hope that through this session, we can possibly look for ways on how to contribute to SFDRR and SDG targets. So this is our presenters, our main speakers. I'm really glad to have this contribution from all the project collaborators. And just to reiterate the session objectives, so we'd like to understand key Asian cities' efforts and challenges on risk preparedness and resilience building. And we would like to help contextualize through partnerships with these 4 countries, which are the project collaborators in the APN project, how to contextualize the CPI or a kind of benchmark in city governance and in management of hazards such as flooding and urban heat. And lastly, through this session, we hope to be able to present examples of tools or models that can help decision makers and local leaders to determine where to reform or change policies. So this is just to show the project, and you can also look at the website of APN. APN normally provide funding for global change researches and for capacity development. So later I can also be approached, or we can discuss in person on how many of you could submit a proposal to APN. And in our CPI project, we employ the theory of risk perception, as I've mentioned a while ago. So risk perception in Japan, is an example is like, if you have a higher risk perceived, and then that means that your alertness, or that kind of, you have such a kind of increased disaster alertness. But in a way, like, this perception can be influenced by trust. So for example, even if the policy of a government is already complete and really solid, but if the people doesn't trust the government, their level of perception might be low. So then we would like to align public risk perception with disaster measures such as urban design metrics, and then therefore we can do away with reactive disaster management, and then kind of prioritize proactive resilience planning. So I just want to show the diagram. This is the framework of the project, but later one of our speakers will discuss this in detail. And that's it. So maraming salamat po. This is just the introduction or the framing. So I hope also the online participants are still there, and I hope that we can have some interaction later. So please, if you have any comments, also you can quickly just put anything or write on the chat box. I know it's available. But at this point, I would like now to introduce the first speaker. So first speaker is Dr. Mario de los Reyes. Dr. Mario de los Reyes is a professorial lecturer and former dean at the University of the Philippines School of Urban and Regional Planning. At present, he is the president and CEO of the Center for Neighborhood Studies and Prof. De Los Reyes was also recently appointed by the university as the director of PASCAL, or Place-Making and Social Cohesion and Learning Cities. He was awarded Scientistry and received the University Board of Regents Meritorious Public Service Environmental Governance. And he earned a doctorate in geography at the Faculty of Earth Sciences from the University of Hamburg in Germany. So if Dr. Mario is connected online, can we hear from you?
Yes, Chris, thanks.
Sir, are you there?
Can you hear me? Thanks.
Yes.
Yeah. May I share my slide?
Yes, do so.
Can you see my slide? Chris?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Dr. Mario.
Yeah. So good afternoon to everyone. And as Chris mentioned, that I'm part of this CPI project led by Dr. Yuta from Kobe University. So we have various kinds of climate and disaster risk assessment. And these are, to name a few, we have CIDRA from the shoot. We have CRBA, or CIDRA is the Climate and Disaster Risk Assessment. And CRBA, or the Climate Risk and Vulnerability Assessment from the international organizations such as UN Habitat. And our projects, of course, the CPI, or the Cities Preparedness Index, supported by APN. So these are tools. And although these tools for assessment could be used as it is, we need to maximize its use with the results and findings of CIDRA or CIDRAS mainstream into local government units or LGUs planning process. We have Comprehensive Land Use Plan, or CLUP. We have Comprehensive Development Plan, or CDP, Comprehensive Local Climate Change Action Plan, and the Local Disaster Risk Management Master Plan. So this afternoon, I will be talking about the importance or critical role of mainstreaming these assessment tools into resilient local planning. This presentation is part of the ongoing project titled Evaluation of Climate or Evaluation of Comprehensive Multiple Hazard, Exposure, and Vulnerabilities of the province of Batangas, supported by the Climate Change Commission, led by the UP Resilience Institute. So it is apparent that we have been developing in areas that are exposed to risk. When our local plans are not risk-informed, public investments are placed in exposed locations and ultimately go to waste. So last year, in 2025, for example, on the left picture, Palawan experienced widespread flooding. While such events are rare, they are not improbable. When we fail to account for historical patterns, we end up repeating costly mistakes. So likewise, earlier this year, this middle picture, Tropical Storm Bashang triggered debris flow in Surigao, partially burying residential areas. And this is a region not commonly associated with tropical cyclones. But hazards are dynamic, changing with increasing rainfall and shifting climate conditions. When we do not recognize this, rare events catch us unprepared. And it is the people who bear the consequences of our failure to anticipate risk. So over time, this pattern of inaction or purely reactive response drives up disaster losses and recovery losses. So frankly, we remain behind in terms of effectively and timely recovery. And with this, the Philippines' achievement of SDG 11, or the Sustainable Cities and Communities goal, is low. So these are not isolated incidents. They reflect years of systemic gaps in how we plan, decide, and invest. So this is where the assessment tools becomes important. Here we shift from reacting to disasters to actually preparing for them ahead of time. instead of waiting for impacts to start identifying risks even before we build. So, for example, this proposed access road across 3 barangays, so A, B, and C. On paper, this is okay, efficient, and logical because they will connect the existing roads. However, when we put hazard overlay maps, we found an issue. The intersection on the road network is highly risk area for flooding. So now decision makers may think, could we build in this area? The question now is that, are we going to build in this area? In which area is safe from danger? And that's really the value of this assessment of CIDRA. It helps us pause and rethink decisions before we commit resources, and more importantly, before we put people at risk. CIDRA also helps us prioritize projects. Normally, project prioritization in the Philippines is usually based on political pressure, available budget, and what is visible. Project with immediate impact where people could see. But CIDRA, or climate and disaster risk assessments, may serve as another criteria to determine which project is urgent, essential, necessary, desirable, acceptable, and deferrable. Because not all projects are equal. Some are conceptualized to boost the economy, some are designed to satisfy certain interests, and some are intended to save lives. So this slide shows how this assessment tool translates into actual planning controls. We start identifying this no-build zone, hazard overlay maps, hazard overlay, and areas for priority action. This is where planning becomes powerful, because now we avoid building in danger areas or zones. We guide development to safer areas. We protect both people and investments. So every peso invested in the wrong location will eventually yield to potential future loss. Every peso invested in a safe, informed location may result in a long-term resilience. So this assessment tool is not just about avoiding risk, it's about maximizing the value of our investments. Finally, CIDRA, or these assessment tools, should not be treated as a separate exercise. According to the planning guidelines of the issued, it must be mainstreamed into every step of planning process, from organizing to visioning, to analyzing, to zoning, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation. And that is for comprehensive land use plan. For comprehensive development plan, this is from ecological profiling to investment programming. So because this assessment tools is only used at one stage, it does not influence real decisions. After all, it is just an assessment. But if it is mainstream throughout the planning process, it will shape our land use, our policies, and investments. So what is considered accurate hazard data? According to UNDRR, United Nations Disaster Risk Reduction, effective disaster risk reduction requires us to consider not just what has happened, but also what could happen. In fact, most disasters that could occur have not yet happened. So when we talk about hazards, it is not only if there is one event or none. Hazards differ in intensity, magnitude, speed of onset, duration, and the area they cover. So now, and if we do not capture this properly, we underestimate risk. Now, historical data is important, but it's called also deterministic approach. But it only tells us the past. It does not fully capture what is possible in the future. That is why probabilistic approaches are important, and they simulate potential events based on science, even those we have not experienced it. So when we say accurate data in the tool assessments, it is not just about complete records, it's about combining past evidence with future possibilities. Because better data leads to better decisions and ultimately safer communities. So this is my second to the last slide. One glaring example was happened that had happened on September 2018 in the city of Naga in Cebu. Experienced a landslide that devastated a neighborhood. This was after their CLUP was approved in 2015. Their CLUP, or Comprehensive Land Use Plan, also included a 2015 version of a flood and landslide susceptibility map of MGB, or Mines and Geological Bureau. The map characterized the area as having a moderate susceptibility to flooding and landslides. Following the event, the map was updated. Following the event that had experience on landslides, the map was updated and the area was reclassified as having high landslide susceptibility. This highlights an important point. Hazard assessments can evolve as more data and improved methods become available. So just like we have a lot of many tools in assessment of climate change and disaster risk. So we have been improving these methods and tools. It also shows the limitation of relying solely on historical and existing data. Incorporating more forward-looking approaches, such as probabilistic hazard mapping, that can help LGUs better anticipate potential risk and support more informed planning decisions. But beyond methods and tools, this brings me to a more important point, my last slide, on how we move forward together. So, in closing, I'd like to go back to the core message of the Sendai framework, as mentioned by Chris a while ago, that while the state has the primary responsibility to reduce disaster risk, this responsibility must be shared with others, local governments, private sector, and different stakeholders. Planning for disasters is a shared responsibility. It is not a work of only one office or agency or sector. We need to include the community, civil society organizations, people's organizations, the private sector, and the academe. Because at the end of the day, risk is shared, so the responsibility to reduce it should be shared as well. So we must work together, not just in responding to disasters, but in planning ahead of them. These are my references that we used, and thank you very much for your attention. Chris, you're muted.
Immediately for a class. So I just want to maybe take this opportunity if there's a quick or burning question from anyone from the floor, and also maybe anyone from Zoom. So any comments or questions to Dr. Mario's presentation? Anyone, a raise of hand? If none, I think I would like to pose a question, if it's okay, Dr. Mario.
Yes.
Because
Please.
he mentioned the importance of SIDRA for kind of increasing investment or maybe putting some allocation for budget. However, this is maybe a different aspect, but kind of related to SIDRA too, because you know that revenues and also budget differs depending on municipality. So there's this kind of, how to say, the demand to do assessment is there, but it puts some municipality who might not have the big amount of budget to conduct such. So what will be your kind of opinion or comment on that?
Actually, the SIDRA of this show is required already to before or in the updating of the comprehensive land use land use plan and development plan. So the LGUs are required also to put some budget in the preparation of the climate and disaster risk assessment, or maybe if you want climate risk and vulnerability assessment, or if you want to use CPI or the Cities Preparedness Index. But my main point here is that that importance of mainstreaming. Of course, we could say not harmonizes on integrating, but mainstreaming these assessment tools, the findings and the results of the assessment tools into the planning process from the very beginning to the end, so that they, for example, they could influence visioning, and the funding can that should or will be a requirement by the LGU to give funding for the preparation of this climate and disaster risk assessments.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mario. Yeah, so hopefully resources could be allocated to be utilized for such kind of disaster risk reduction management. And I also thank you and appreciate that you emphasize on the importance of looking at the past and looking into the future with accurate data. And hopefully that's also something that still we are kind of discussing, how to store and make data available. So do you have some kind of experiences in the case of the Philippines, how data are made available, like those maps that you have presented? How can we access them?
Of course, we have agencies and government that generate maps, like for example, NAMRIA and MJB. And according to NAMRIA, we just write a letter, and then we could also secure maps. And of course, we need a lot of maps. The UP Resilience, University of the Philippines Resilience Institute, is also preparing maps and then overlay maps, and then of course use models in the probabilistic hazard mapping. So as I mentioned to you, Chris, that this week I will be going to Batanes, and we are using this probabilistic mapping for the climate risk and disaster assessment of mainstreaming to local, to resilient local planning in Batanes Island. Of course, funded also by the Asia Pacific Network, or APN.
Much, Dr. Mario. Yeah, thank you for the contributions and for answering all my comments. And if there's still some comments from the floor, from the Zoom, yeah, maybe I could relay it to you. We can discuss later.
My apologies, I have a class this afternoon, so I have to go from Antipolo to the University of the Philippines face-to-face class.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, I'd like to move on to the next presenter. So, our next presenter, it's someone we really know dearly, very close to us, and I think most of you have worked with her. So, but let me introduce her formally. Ms. May Valdez-Irong serves as the Regional Program Manager of ICLEI Southeast Asia. She's an expert certified development project management professional with over a decade of experience in environment-related projects, focusing on climate action and governance at the national and local level. Her most recent experiences include working with the national and local level and with key Philippine cities in rolling out the updated climate and disaster risk assessment and providing recommendations on its implementation to relevant national agencies, supporting projects on city-level greenhouse gases mitigation strategies, and mainstreaming inclusivity approaches to local climate action planning in Southeast Asian cities. So if May is now ready, please, I invite you here. Oh, yeah, a big round of applause for May.
Good afternoon. So a while ago, I was a moderator, now I'm the presenter. But I'm presenting these findings on behalf of our team because this was a team effort together with Renee. Renee, are you there? And Elle, who is giving birth right now. So we're going to have a CPI baby. Okay. So I would just like to start this presentation by this image. Cities hold 2% of the world's land area, but it houses 68% of the population. So by 2050, 68% we live in cities and 90% we live in new urban areas, mostly in Africa and Southeast Asia. So Asia, we're the most at-risk region in the world. And with this, while we urbanize, our climate risks also increases. Especially if we don't do it, if we fail to limit this urbanization and ensure that these are done in areas that are geographically sound, we're going to have many problems in the future. Okay, so we've been part of the CPI project. This CPI project aims to come up with the Citizen Preparedness Index. And in the Philippines, we've done this, we've collected data to inform this index in 2 key cities who are actually also part of the CIRA project. These are Legazpi City and Borongan City. And these cities have been chosen because of their geographic makeup. So Borongan City, given its risks, being a coastal city within the typhoon belt, an emerging city that is the capital of Eastern Samar, and Legazpi City, given its multi-hazard geographic makeup, including the Mayon volcano, which is very active. In fact, when we were there last month, it's still active. And also having coastal towns and very prone to landslide, lahar, flooding. We've chosen these 2 cities. So relating this to our theme in this conference, the CPI index may inform local strategies on key areas such as inclusivity and increasing engagement and participation in resilience building efforts, because the report I'm going to share with you, we did it to generate insights on the current state of urban preparedness, assess the effectiveness of existing policies, and provide inputs for the development of the index. So for the purpose of this presentation, we will just focus because we rolled out a survey to 400 respondents in Borongan and Legazpi City, asking them about flooding and urban heat. But for the purpose of this presentation, we will just focus on the flooding. So this is Legazpi City. I acknowledge our CIRA fellows from Legazpi, Ma'am Joy and Ma'am Cynthia, Cecile, and Ma'am Ladi, who's will be with us tomorrow. So Legazpi City is situated in the southeastern part of Luzon, near an inlet on Albay Gulf. It serves as the capital of Albay Province, a major economic hub in the Bicol region. It is a coastal urban center with a land area of about 16,165.43 hectares, so very specific. It has a population of 200,533 population as of the 2020 census. And it has a population density of 13 people per hectare. So the city faces challenges due to its geographical vulnerability to natural disasters. It has 70 barangays, so it's quite a big city. And 19 of those are coastal barangays. Located in the typhoon belt along the eastern seaboard, it is susceptible to various hazards such as typhoon, flooding, storm surges, severe wind, rain-induced landslide. Additionally, the city is situated in an active seismic and volcanic region. So this increases the risk to earthquakes, tsunamis, and lahar flows. So these are the key findings of the survey we rolled out. The respondents are, so we rolled this out to 400 respondents. We were supported immensely by our CIRA fellows enrolling this out. The respondents are predominantly middle-aged female, and they belong to low-income households, although a large proportion of those have tertiary education, secondary to tertiary education. Most respondents have lived in their communities for several decades and belong to medium-sized households. This indicates a population with strong local knowledge of flooding risks, but potentially limited financial capacity to cope with those risks. So, in terms of the results, the citizens demonstrate strong preparedness at the household level. So, because they're very used to having the alert, and maybe not used, no, maybe they just have a very good LGU protocol for dealing with the disasters. They have good early warning systems, they have good communications, what to do, they have drills, no? But most of the respondents demonstrate strong preparedness at the household level. Most respondents report being knowledgeable about evacuation routes, having prepared emergency kits, and ensuring that family members are informed about evacuation processes. Additionally, many rely on extended family and social network for temporary shelters when they need to evacuate. These findings suggest that preparedness is well embedded at the individual and household levels. However, participation in public awareness campaigns, preparedness activities is relatively limited. So many respondents report difficulty allocating time to engage in such activities, indicating a gap between awareness and active participation. So overall, citizens express moderate satisfaction with how flood-related problems are managed and with existing policies aimed at reducing flood risks. There is strong agreement that government information is accessible and disaster response services are reliable. So they have very strong perception about what the city does. Perceptions of fairness in the distribution of resources and implementation of measures are generally positive but not uniform. Variability in responses suggests that experiences differ across communities, indicating potential disparities in service delivery and access to support during flooding events. So it could be that, when the city rolls out programs, they do so through the barangays. So there's also this how do I say it? It's not uniform across all the barangays, so they differ. And this influence the perception of the citizens. Respondents generally agree that citizens are given opportunities to voice their concerns both during normal periods and during disasters. There's also a positive perception of engagement in flood-related decision-making processes, implying that there's an avenues of inclusion in the processes. However, these opportunities are not consistently experienced by all respondents, indicating that participatory mechanisms may not be fully inclusive or institutionalized across all areas. So there is a strong consensus among respondents that flood events have increased over the 15 years and that the population is well informed about flood hazards in flood-prone areas, which reflects effective risk communication and awareness efforts of the city. Despite this, many respondents believe that the city remains insufficiently prepared for future flood events. This highlights a critical gap between awareness and actual preparedness at the community or city level. Citizens strongly support a range of flood mitigation measures. Education and awareness programs on flood risk impacts and evacuation procedures are identified as the most important interventions. This is followed closely by the need for effective early warning systems, flood-resilient urban planning, and the provision of temporary shelters. These findings indicate that citizens recognize the importance of both immediate response and long-term structural and planning solutions in addressing flood risks. So overall, okay, so that's for Legazpi. Yan. The seat. Ayan. The citizen survey in Legazpi highlights a community, indicates that while households in Legazpi City are generally well prepared and informed, there are notable gaps in broader community and city-level preparedness. Variability in perceptions of government performance and participation suggests uneven experiences across communities. Strengthening inclusive participation, enhancing consistency in service delivery, and bridging the gap between awareness and actual preparedness will be critical to improving the city's overall flood resilience. So that's for Legazpi City. Now we go to results of Borongan. So, as an overview, Borongan is located along the coast in the central portion of Eastern Samar. It's a smaller city with a population of 71,961, 2020 census also, and a population density of 1,221 people per hectare. It has 70 barangays, 45 of which are urban and 25 are rural. So it is located within the typhoon belt, very prone to strong typhoons, heavy rains that cause damage to the agriculture sector, infrastructure, as well as loss of lives. So Borongan is also highly vulnerable to a slow onset climate change risks, mainly due to its geographical features and current environmental states. So okay, so just like in Legazpi, the respondents in Borongan are predominantly middle-aged female and below to low-income households, with the majority earning within the lowest income bracket. Many are engaged in informal or household-based roles, such as homemaking or part-time employment. Educational attainment is at the secondary level, with fewer respondents reaching tertiary level. Most have lived in their communities for decades, and they belong to medium-sized households. They also suggest characteristics that they are highly exposed to flooding with limited financial capacity to cope. So they have low adaptive capacity. Citizens demonstrate high levels of preparedness at the household level. Most respondents report being knowledgeable about evacuation routes, having prepared emergency kits, etc. However, similar to other contexts, there are challenges in sustained engagement with awareness activities. So the Borongan respondents also express overall positive perception of government actions related to flooding. So satisfaction with how flood-related problems are managed is generally favorable, with even higher satisfaction reported for current policies aimed at reducing flood risks. So they perceive government communication as accessible, with disaster response reliable. Perceptions of fairness in the allocation of resources and implementation of flood measures are positive, though some variation exists. So just like in Legazpi, this suggests that while governance systems are functioning well overall, experiences may differ across communities. So they generally agree that they are given opportunities to express their concern about flooding, both during normal periods and disaster events. And they also have a positive perception of citizen involvement in decision-making processes. However, variability in responses indicate that these participatory opportunities are not uniformly experienced. So, citizens widely recognize that flood events have increased, and this reflects effective awareness and information dissemination efforts. Despite this, a notable proportion of respondents believe that the community remains insufficiently prepared. So, just like in Legazpi, they know the risk, they are aware of the risk, and while they are satisfied with what the LGU is doing, they think the LGU is not prepared for future scenarios. Citizens strongly support a range of flood mitigation measures. Education and awareness programs are identified as the most important intervention, followed by early warning systems, temporary shelters, and flood resilient urban planning. So overall, the citizen survey in Borongan highlights a community that is highly aware of flood risk and demonstrates strong preparedness at the household level. Perceptions of government performance are generally positive, reflecting trust in existing systems. However, gaps remain in ensuring consistent participation, equitable service delivery, and overall community-level preparedness. Addressing these gaps will be essential in strengthening Borongan's resilience to increasing flood risk. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. May. Thank you for such sharing of the findings. I really appreciate it. And yeah, just to kind of reiterate on some things I heard from her. So Ms. May kind of pointed out that there are some differences on how Borongan and Legazpi City perceive risk and perceive the policy related to disaster risk reduction. And I think some aspects that include, for example, long-term solutions, they kind of felt that the existing one are there for the current regime, change regime, But looking at what will happen in the future, the uncertain future, like maybe local government can still project or kind of like prepare more. So that's the connection to what is the connection between Dr. Mario's presentation and Ms. May's presentation. Dr. Mario reiterated those kind of the use of data, accuracy of data for future planning. And I think that's one aspect that people feel that probably LGU could kind of prepare more, build its capacity more to strengthen policies and strengthen implementation of disaster risk reduction measures. So yeah, thank you very much, Ms. May. Later, we could also kind of validate with the representations here from Borongan and Legazpi and check again the findings that we gathered using the survey. So thank you. And we move on now to our presentation from our colleague from Bangladesh. And this point, it's going to be a recorded presentation. And the truth of the matter is, he's at the airport now. He is going to be a research fellow in Kobe University in Japan. And he just arrived in Kansai Airport. So we're trying to kind of get a hold of him. But we are very grateful that he recorded his presentation. And before I just kind of play the recorded presentation, I'd like to give a brief introduction about Dr. Nasher. So Dr. N.M. Refat Nasher is an associate professor in the Department of Geography and Environment at Jagannath University, Dhaka. With an extensive background in environmental science and geospatial technology, his work focuses on the intersection of urban environment dynamics and advanced computational modeling. He is a dedicated person to advancing knowledge related to human development, resilience, and urban health, and climate risk and adaptation using the field of geography and smart technology. So now, if the recording of Dr. Nasher's presentation is ready, may I ask our technical team to play it?
Good evening, distinguished researcher, session chair, and all the fellow. I'm Dr. N.M. Refat Nasser, Associate Professor of Department of Geography and Environment, Jagannath University, Bangladesh, and I am very much pleased to present my research on integrating community perception and geospatial data for disaster preparedness in Dhaka, Bangladesh. So the background of the study. As all we know, that Bangladesh is a humid tropical country. As a humid tropical country, Bangladesh is experience a high temperature and high rainfall in summer and rainy season. So Dhaka is also experience the same thing in summer and rainy season. As a tropical monsoon city, Dhaka already experienced extreme heat and waterlogging during the summer and rainy season, respectively. However, the traditional method to identify the risk assessment in Dhaka city regarding on heat stress and flooding or waterlogging, they only use the physical and geospatial data to identify the region or the area, which area is most vulnerable to the waterlogging or heat stress. But most interesting thing is that the disaster preparedness or disaster resilience or disaster risk assessment, it does not only depends on the physical features only, it also depends on the community acceptance. So the physical features and the community perception integration is the most effective way to find out the disaster risk assessment procedures. So if we go through this one, the traditional disaster risk assessment relies only identifying the hazard prone areas and quantifying exposure using the physical and geospatial data, overlooking the lived experience, local knowledge, and behavioral response to the local community. So the disaster risk assessment is not solely function of a physical exposure shaped by the community responses. If we find out the research gap, we found that despite the advancement of geospatial analytics, the integration of community perception into disaster preparedness framework is limited. In Bangladesh, although there are several studies, but both of the studies are limited to geospatial study or limited to the perceptual study. There is no much literature found which is integrated both of the studies. So this study is aimed to integrate the community perception with the geospatial data to enhance the disaster preparedness in Dhaka city. As we know, the perception capacity and the resilience capacity is not the same all of the people. It depends on the experience, it depends on the financial condition, it depends on the livability, it depends on the their residential status. So most thing is that the integration of geospatial data and integration of the perception data could be the finest research to find out the disaster risk assessment. So administratively, Dhaka City Corporation divided into two city corporations. So one we said the Dhaka North City Corporation, and another one we said the Dhaka South City Corporation. And the statistics is that the Dhaka South City Corporation, that is DNCC, and the Dhaka North City Corporation, that is DSCC. And there are 54 administrative local administrative area that we say the ward number. So Dhaka North City Corporation have only 54 wards and Dhaka South City Corporation have 75 wards. If we think about the previous one, so Dhaka South City Corporation is mainly the Dhaka Old City, and the Dhaka South City Corporation is mainly the new city. And we take this statistics from different sources, especially the Statistical Bureau of Bangladesh and Dhaka City Corporation website. So if we think about the questionnaire survey, so we just use 400 questionnaire for heat stress and 400 questionnaire for the flood preparedness and heat preparedness. So around 800 questionnaire for the each city corporation, that is Dhaka South City Corporation and Dhaka North City Corporation. So we found that almost 16,000 people are representing the one questionnaire. And then after a selection of the number of the questionnaire, we select the respondents. So the respondents is that we use the stratified sampling. We have taken the ward as a strata, and then we consider the population number of this of that ward, and we divide the we just then selected the number of questionnaire, and the respondent age must have above the 20 years, and we try to maintain the male and female ratio, and we take two types of respondents. One is general people and one is government official, that means city corporation official actually, for the policy making purposes. One thing is that we have tried to maintain the male and female ratio 50% and 50%, but we try it our level best, as you know, but sometimes we cannot maintain this 50% and 50% ratio. And the special distribution of respondents, here we see the DNCC and DCC respondents. So it's actually the representation of the population density, because the population is high, so the number of the respondent is high. If the population is low, the number of respondent is also low. And the questionnaire pre-testing. The reliability of the questionnaire has been assessed using Crown Batch Alpha after 30 questionnaire survey as a pre-test to check the usability of the questions. The Crown Batch Alpha value was acceptable. So for our study, we use the questionnaire pre-testing to reliability test. So we take 30 questionnaires and we input the data, and we try to find out the Crown Batch Alpha value, and the Crown Batch Alpha value was acceptable limit, and although after that one we found out which questions is not connected to our objectives, so in such case we also add some other questions and we also deleted some other questions. So the acceptance of the questionnaire is value is acceptable limit. And the data collection methods, so we use mainly the questionnaire survey, and all the questionnaire survey already have done, so data input is going on, and data pre-processing also going on. So I have used some of the students of their off day, they went for the questionnaire survey, and they take their and they fill up the questionnaires, and they also import the data, and I also supervise all the steps they are doing, and now I am just observing their data input procedures and the processing data pre-processing. And thank you all. This is all from my side. So after the data processing, I want to analyze this data and make some output results and analysis, so that we can suggest some policy planning to the government, or we can make a city preparedness index for the scalable limit, or we can find out the city preparedness index for a special planning in any tropical city which have been output from the Dhaka city. And thank you all. This is all from my side. Please, do you have any questions or anything you want to know? Please ask me. No hesitate. And thank you all.
Okay, let's give a big round of applause to Dr. Nasser. Yeah, I really appreciate that he found the time to record the presentation, but later, I'm not sure if he could still make it to the question and answer, but if ever there's a question towards his presentation or focus on his presentation, we will make sure to relay it to him. But maybe you might not know, or you probably know, but Dhaka is one of the most populous or dense cities in the world, with about 34,000 to 45,000 individuals per square kilometer. So that's how dense the population in Dhaka is. Kind of maybe similar to population in Tokyo, but I think, yeah, there's still more challenge when it comes to population management in the city of Dhaka. So that's it, all from Dr. Nasser. And let me check Miss Irish. Miss Irish, if you're here, are you connected online?
Hello?
Yes. Okay, you're there. Yeah, hello, how are you?
I'm doing.
Yeah, so I just now at this point would like to move on to Miss Irish presentation. And let me go ahead and introduce you formally. So Miss Irish M. Manlapas is a research associate at the Center for Neighborhood Studies in Quezon City, the same institution with Dr. Mario a while ago. Her research interests lie in urban and regional planning, exploring neighborhood science through the lens of climate resilience and environmental sustainability. She applies qualitative and mixed methods to examine socio-spatial dynamics and support evidence-based, people-centered planning that enhances well-being in cities and neighborhoods. Now, over to you, Irish.
Thank you. Let me just concentrate. I hope every seeing. So good afternoon, and my dear apologies for not with you physically today. And of course, my deepest gratitude to Kobe University, Asia Pacific Network and ICLEI for inviting SENS to participate in this conference. So, I'm sorry. Let me just share my screen once again. There you go. Again, so I was tasked to present the result of the study on unraveling urban resilience using city preparedness in behalf of my teammates from SENS, led by Dr. Mario de los Reyes. Of course, we would like to present and tell the story of Quezon City as the most populous city in the Philippines, and what the residents are telling us about their readiness for climate change. Over the next 10 minutes, we will be discussing the city's profile, hazards, and what the government is doing, what the residents told us, both in quantitative and qualitative, and what are the next call for action. So, let's begin with the city itself. The Quezon City is not just the largest city in Metro Manila by land area. It's also one of the most populous in the Philippines, with over 3.3 million residents across 100
Irish, can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but would it be possible for you to change your screen, make it big? Yeah, so that participants here can see it, yeah. Maybe a little bit more. Sorry to interrupt, but yep.
Is this the of Can
Not yet. We would maybe like it to be. Yes, this is good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So go back. Thank you. So, Quezon City is one of the most populous city in the Philippines, but it's not the mostly dense because Manila is still the top population dense city in the Philippines. So, but this study extends beyond its size. Quezon City is a city of contrasts. If you would into the map, in the northeast, the La Mesa watershed act as the lungs of the city, and serve as a critically cooling buffer. Yet in the densely built southern and central districts, residents face two compounding threats: the rising urban heat and the recurring floods. So this study focused on 4 barangays that represents this diversity: the UP campus, the Mayang Lagi, Talayan, and Maharlika. Each barangay faces different combinations of risk and resources. So this map tells a clear story. So the one on the left is the heat risk index by barangay, while the one on the right is the barangay hotspot for flooding. Urban heat, as the map showed us, is concentrated in the densely built commercial and residential districts, District 1, 3, and 4, and parts of District 6, where heat risk index scores reach as high as 0.76, while flood vulnerability is concentrated in the south, largely shaped by proximity to San Juan River and Tulahan River. Of particular concern is the overlap of this hazard. Among the barangays, the 4 barangays, Maharlika falls within the high flood vulnerability. So, while Talayan, one of the 4 barangays, the subject of our subject area, experiences moderate flood and heat exposure. And the Mayang Lagi faces compounded risk from both flooding and extreme heat. These are not just abstract scores, but they reflect the daily realities of residents within this barangay. This spatial pattern, as shown in the map, underscores the values of these barangays as case studies for the City Preparedness Index. Their varying levels of flood and heat exposure provide a strong basis for assessing how local communities experience, respond to, and prepare for climate-related risk. While in the contrast, just to give a background of one of the barangays, the University of the Philippine campus, influenced by the cooling effects of the nearby La Mesa Watershed Reservation and the greenery within the campus, offers a useful comparative example of how environmental buffers can help reduce urban climate vulnerability. So to give a brief background on the methodology, the study we did employs a convergent parallel mix method design. We did quantitative through survey and qualitative through key informant interviews and focus group discussion among the local government unit officials and the citizens. This aimed to examine the urban resilience preparedness in Quezon City against two climate hazards, the urban heat island and flooding. So who did we survey? We surveyed 408 adults across the 4 barangays. The sample is predominantly female, which is 64.7%, middle age and long-term residents with a mean of 24 years of residence. Critically, 82.3% of these respondents fall below the poverty threshold or within the low-income bracket. The median monthly income is around 15,000 pesos, which this profile implies matters of deeply for everything that follows, including the results and findings that I will be presenting later on. It also represents the stand of working class in Quezon City, such as the homemakers, self-employed workers, the unemployed, and people who live closest to the hazard and have the least buffer against them. So before we get into what the data tell us, of course, it is important to acknowledge what the city government is already doing. Quezon City flood response is genuinely impressive. These are just some of their programs. They actually have a lot, but we select at least 5 that's related to the study. So the Drainage Master Plan developed with the UP Resilience Institute, which covers all 142 barangays and has completed over 150 flood mitigation project. They also have the iRise Up early warning program, achieved 0 casualties during the Super Typhoon Yuan. That Tanggal Bara Iwas Baha campaign cleared enough sludge in 9 months to fill 50 garbage trucks. This is a city that has taken flooding seriously and built real institutional capacity. But the question of our study, of course, is how does that effort reach all communities equally? And what about the urban heat? So, well, aside from discussing the program, underpinning this program is a strong policy framework. These are some of the policies and ordinances implemented in the city. So the Enhanced Local Climate Change Action Plan, which commits QC to carbon neutrality by 2050. The new Green Building Code of 2025, which targets the fact that buildings account for 60% of the city's greenhouse gas emission. A dedicated climate change environment sustainability department has been institutionalized as well. These are not aspirational documents. They also reflect a city government that has embedded climate governance into its structure. The important distinction, however, is this. Flooding governance is well established and operational. Urban governance is still emerging, still in planning phases. That asymmetry is something citizen actually feel directly, which shows in the results and findings of the study. So now, going to the results and findings, to the core of the findings when we look at how residents score across the 3 CPI cluster, the citizen preparedness, the policy perception, and the societal preparedness. A consistent pattern emerges, whereas individual preparedness score high, around 4.1 to 4.2 out of 5, but governance trust sits only 3.4 to 3.7. That is a gap of 0.7 to 0.8, which points across the board. Residents know how to prepare themselves. They have learned from years of floods and heat, but they do not fully trust that their city government protects them equitably. And the lowest scores in the entire data set are subject norms, 2.96 for urban heat, and 2.89 for flooding. People prepared individually, but they do not feel a collective social obligation to act together on climate resilience. That is a cultural gap that, of course, we aim to recommend with the city through this study. On urban heat specifically, residents are both aware and personally prepared, scoring around 4.5 on the individual preparedness item. But when asked what the city should prioritize, the answer is mostly unambiguous, like reducing electricity costs, utility price reduction, which actually scores 4.7 out of 5. Well, the highest urgency rating in the entire study. Well, this tells us something really important. Residents do not experience urban heat as an environmental abstraction. They experience it as a higher electricity bill, sleepless nights, and economic strain. While the governance trust for heat sits around just 3.31 for government satisfaction, while the lowest governance scores, which is the lowest governance scores in the entire data set. As based on what the QC government mentioned as well, urban heat policy is still new and it's still on their planning phase, which the citizen can actually tell based on the data presented. So for flood preparedness, this graph tells us a very different and more actually encouraging story. As mentioned earlier, there are several programs and initiative has been being implemented by Quezon City, and they actually have a strong mitigation measures on flooding. As the data shows as well, risk management preparation scores 4.75 out of 5. Emergency kit readiness reaches 4.51, which based on our qualitative study, there are most oftenly the QC prepared emergency kit and distributed emergency kit during flooding events. So family evacuation knowledge hits 4.30, years of flooding program, early warning system, and barangay level campaigns have clearly worked. in which residents know what to do. But two findings stand out as concern. First is subjective norms remain the outlier. Even in flooding, people do not feel collective social pressure to prepare together. Second is the fair source distribution. Despite the government mentioned that they still distribute emergency kit and such, the residents still perceive it that fair resource distribution scored the lowest among the governance items. Residents are well prepared individually, but they do not believe flood protection resources are distributed equitably across communities. That equity gap is still critical. So, for pulling all these statistical findings together, 4 key patterns emerge from the models from 180 regression models. First is a habitual effect. Habitual effect in this study refers to the tendency of long-term residents to perceive urban heat as less threatening over time, resulting in diminished interest, preparedness, and policy urgency as prolonged exposure to hazard normalities their risk perception. So in this study, long-term residents have normalized urban heat. They are significantly less interested in and prepared for it, even after controlling for age and income. Flood preparedness, by contrast, is equitably stable regardless of how long someone has lived. Second, gender and age preparedness is largely gender equitable. A positive finding, but elderly residents are significantly less likely to voice flood concern through standard channels. They are not less prepared, they are less heard. Third is the income paradox. Well, the data shows that higher income predicts greater dissatisfaction and more demands, while lower income predicts stronger community solidarity during disaster. Satisfaction scores alone cannot tell you who is well served. Well, fourth is the spatial vulnerability. Maharlika, as mentioned earlier, consistently score lowest across both hazard. A city level index, of course, would mask this inequality entirely. So when we bring together what the LGU official told us in the interview and the data that presented earlier, with of course, the citizen told us in the survey, the picture becomes even clearer. The good news is this: both sides see the same gap. LGU officials acknowledge that urban heat governance is still on the planning phase. Citizens confirm it with the lowest governance scores, and both sides agree that park expansion and infrastructure investment are priorities. The most important convergence is, of course, on benchmarking, where LGU officials explicitly welcome proven frameworks for vulnerability assessment. That is exactly what the study offers. The most important tension is on the governance perception. Officials describe inclusive consultation platforms like using social media, but citizens score procedural justice as only 3.5 and government satisfaction at 3.31. The channels exist, social media platforms and the websites or different platform used by the admin, but they are not yet effective enough. In summary, the data implies that Quezon City demonstrates a strong individual preparedness but faces critical gaps in government trust, collective action, and spatial equity. Gaps the city preparedness index, which can symmetrically measures and address. So the next slide presents the study recommendation. So what should we do next? 5 clear recommendations emerge. Quezon City must accelerate its urban heat governance, not in 5 years, but now. It must prioritize Maharlika or Barangay Maharlika, specifically for equity-targeted intervention, especially as it pursues the ambitious goal of doubling parks by 2030. It must also invest in building collective climate action norms because individual preparedness without social solidarity is fragile. It must design elder inclusive participation as reflected in the data preparation mechanism because older residents are being systematically left out of civic voice processes. And it should adopt the index as an official benchmarking tool, no, or the result of this study later on. Because both government and citizen need a shared, transparent measures of how well climate preparedness is actually working across all communities. So the next slides are the references. So thank you very much again to ICLEI Asia Pacific Network and Kobe Universities for this opportunity. Miss Chris?
Your extensive presentation about the result of the survey in Quezon City. And I really like it that you kind of differentiate the results based on barangay, especially you kind of gave a focus on Maharlika, needing collective action norms building in such barangay. And however, we could see on your result too, like the strong individual preparedness that people in Quezon City feel, or kind of that's kind of their local perception. And we kind of would like to take home the messages of using and applying the CPI for benchmarking. So later, we're going to talk with you again for some questions and comments. So please just stay on the line. Yeah. So is everyone still okay? I'd like to do maybe a few more Menti questions, if that's okay, because we've been presenting results from our project sites, but I think there are many who are represented here, many authorities and institutions and municipalities. So if you could just, indulge me in doing a few more slides on Menti, if that's okay. And everyone who's online, also please feel free to join in. And I will check if I could do mirroring in again. Yep, I could do. So here we would like to know kind of a Likert scale type, but this is just to know the response and perception of everyone. And those who are also still tuned in online, please scan the QR code or go to menti.com with those numbers, and let's try to answer this question. I know that there's still about 139 participants online, so yeah, really thank you for tuning in and staying with us. So the question is, on a scale of 1 to 5, how prepared do you think your city is for extreme heat events and for flood events? So the graph you can see on the top is for the statement, my city is well prepared for extreme heat events. And the one at the bottom is, my city is well prepared for flood events. So I'd like to know, keep those responses coming, please. I'd like to know. And yeah, I could see a lot of interactions. Thank you for all the likes. Now, seems in the case of the responses we're receiving, the general trend is that a lot of you are more prepared for flood events than for heat events or heat risk. And let's move on. Next question is, on a scale of 1 to 5, how much do you trust your local government's response to heat and flood risk? Please keep those responses coming. Thank you. Thank you for those wonderful responses. 30 people have responded. Thank you. I like seeing those likes. Thank you. And yeah, it seems, again, the trend is that a lot of you trust the local government's response measure or response plan to flood risk as compared to heat risk. And now we move to the next question. How accessible is government information about heat and flood risk in your city? Yeah, it's just kind of interesting to see like how the data is changing. And I guess we have been hearing a lot from the study sites, but kind of interesting to see many variation of responses. And I don't know how we could use these insights, but hopefully like if we could also like assess other cities in the Philippines in addition to Legazpi and Borongan on their perception about risk and policy, I think that would also be very contributory to the project output. So thank you very much. And this a little bit more, how prepared do you feel personally for heat risk and flood risk? Thank you for responding. 9 people have responded. Thank you so much. Thank you again. People feel more prepared for flood events personally. Thank you. Thank you very much. And the next one I'd like to know is, do citizens have enough opportunity to participate in planning for heat and flood risk policies? Okay, I see some responses on not so and rarely, yes, sometimes. So it seems, although we are talking a lot about measures now, but it could be that our audience here is represented by a majority, or we are commonly represented by 1 or 2 sectors only. Because I see here that one is rarely, the trend is like the response is more on the rarely yes. And I move on to the next one, which is, do you think preparedness measures are implemented fairly across neighborhoods in your city? So in here, I kind of remember the presentation of Irish, the importance of network and neighborhood, and not just kind of feeling some personal security to risk. So again, yeah, 50 people have responded. Thank you very much for all those amazing and wonderful responses. Thank you also to those tuning in online. This could be the last question for now. So what should be the top priority for improving city preparedness? And we kind of put 8 options there, but yeah, we'd like to get to know at least one response from you. So early warning systems, community participation, and here the importance of green spaces and urban trees, and importance of public information and communication, risk communication. So yeah, thank you very much for all those who responded. I'm sorry, this could be the last. What is one thing your city most urgently needs to improve? Any answer would do. This is a free open-ended question. We can see here infrastructure, and citizen collaboration, policy, and yeah, no to corruption, technology and financing, street planning, political will, risk communication, yeah, and all those wonderful responses, which we hope we could generate a report on, which we could maybe hand on to ICLEI and then to contribute to the report of this conference. Yeah, I think that's it for now. Thank you for responding to the Menti survey. And we move on to kind of the second to the last presentation. And I know that I still have a bit of time. I think this session have until 4 p.m. before we move on to the next part of the program for today. So if you could indulge me again, I would like to now move on to the next presenter. Next presenter is Dr. Sigit Arif Widodo from the Faculty of Architecture in Kasetsart University in Bangkok, Thailand. So Dr. Sigit is working and based in Thailand. However, Dr. Sigit is an Indonesian national, and his research interests mainly focus on broad topics of urban health, especially how the built environment can influence the physical and mental health of urban populations. And if you just click the name of Dr. Sigit Arif Widodo, you would be able to see a lot of work related to the importance of park for mitigating urban heat. So now I will show you the presentation from Dr. Sigit Arif Widodo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me at the International Conference on Local, Equitable, and Inclusive Resilience 2026. I apologize for not being able to attend the event in person due to work circumstances. I hope everyone having a pleasant and successful conference. In this session, I'll be presenting our recent study published in Sustainability Journal last year. The study examines whether proximity to parks is actually associated with physical activity and well-being. We look at this through the lens of Bangkok 15 Minutes Park Policy Initiative. This was a collaborative effort with my colleagues at the Active Thai Research Centers at the Kasetsart University, and this project was funded by Thai Health Promotion Foundations. Let me start with the big idea that driving urban green space policy globally. Cities around the world are embracing what we call the 15-minute city concepts. The idea that everything you need, including parks, should be within walking distance. The underlying assumption is straightforward. If you reduce the distance between people and green spaces, people will use them more, be more physically active, and enjoy better mental health. This logic has shaped planning policies and urban green space policies from Paris to Melbourne to Singapore. But here's the critical questions that we don't ask often enough. Is proximity alone sufficient, or are there any other conditions under which living near a park simply doesn't translate into health benefits? That's what we set out to investigate. Bangkok provides an ideal setting to test these questions. In 2023, the Bangkok Metropolitan Administration launched an ambitious policies to establish 500 small parks within 80 meters walking distance of all residents by 2026. The policy initiative called 15-minute parks programs. But Bangkok's really creates unique challenges because extreme heat averaging to 30 to 35 degrees year-round, and in summers it can be up to 40 degrees, and high humidity, limited pedestrian infrastructures, and severe land constraints that make it very difficult to acquire large parcels. So the policy almost exclusively focused on small parks. And by June 2024, where the study started, there were 96 of these 15-minute parks were operational, and this is essentially created a natural experiment for our study. So we frame our investigations around two research questions. First, how does proximity to different types of parks influence park visitation in Bangkok? And the second one is whether the proximity to park is associated with meeting the W physical activity guidelines, which is 150 minutes per week, and whether proximity also associated with good well-being as measured by the WHO5 index. And more importantly, we examine the proximity effect across the entire park hierarchy, not just the new 15-minute parks. We conducted a cross-sectional survey covering all 50 administrative districts of Bangkok, and then we used quota sampling with 15% participants targeted per districts, and then we we selected participants that they had to be over 18 and Bangkok resident for at least 1 year and able to walk independently. The collections ran from July to August using face-to-face interviews by 10 trained surveyors. And after data cleaning, we had 615 valid responses. I should also note that the survey was conducted during the hot season, whether the weather mostly clear during our collection period with temperature averaging around 30 degrees. Our measurement approach combines geospatial analysis with health instrument, which is validated health instruments. For example, for proximity, we geocoded each respondent address and calculated the shortest walking distance to each park by using the actual street networks in QGIS, not a street line distance. And then we use 80-meter threshold matching the policy definitions. And for physical activity, we use the Global Physical Activity Questionnaire, which is standardized instrument to measure physical activity, while for well-being, we use the WHO5 index, which is also a standardized measurement to measure mental well-being. We also incorporated neighborhood walkability variables. We measured it with using a news A scale, which is also a standardized measurement to measure neighborhood walkability, which captures pedestrian infrastructure, street connectivity, and land use mix. And all models control for socio-demographic factors, health behaviors, and BMI. This map shows the spatial distributions of park across Bangkok. The red dots are the pocket parks and 15-minute parks. You can see there are thousands of them, but they're small. The blue represents the community park, and then the green shows city and district park concentrated in specific areas. What's striking is that despite nearly 5,000 pocket parks and 196 15-minute parks, 65% and 75% of our respondents respectively did not have walking distance access to these park types. No respondent in our samples live within 800 meters of district or city park. So even with the aggressive small park development, significant coverage gap remains. Now to our finding of the study. Starting with park visitations, the questions that we asked was, did living near a park make people more likely to visit park in the past week? Well, the answer depends entirely on what kind of park. Living near a community park roughly double the odds of visiting a park and statistically significant. But living near a 15-minute park, pocket park, or a neighborhood park, it doesn't yield significant associations. What it means for 15-minute park policies. The entire rationale is that building parks within walking distance will increase park use. Our data suggests that for small parks in Bangkok, proximity does not translate into visitations. People are not visiting this park even when they live right next to them. Walkability also mattered, with high news A scores predicted visitations with a high OR and statistically significant. The second finding would be on physical activity and well-being. Community park proximity was associated with 2.4 more times of the odds of meeting WHO physical activity guidelines and 2.2 times the odds of having good well-being. These are meaningful effect size, but for 15-minute parks, no significant association for both physical activity and mental well-being. Same for pocket parks and neighborhood parks. So visiting park still matters. The problem is that small parks doesn't seem to attract visitor or to generate health benefits. And the third finding is the role of walkability. Neighborhood walkability, as measured by News A, show the high odd ratio and statistically significant for both physical activity and well-being. In fact, in our study, this was the stronger predictor in the model. And this tells us that pedestrian environment, street connectivity, land use mix, and sidewalk quality matter in park visitations and having a good physical activity. But there's a nuance on this, that high walkability did not compensate for limitation of small park. Even in highly walkable neighborhood, proximity to small park still show no significant health benefits. Community parks, however, maintain their benefits regardless walkability level. This suggests walkability and park size serve distinct functions. Walkability enables utilitarian activity, while community parks provide something additional that small park cannot. Work in Bangkok. It's probably because of three things. First is that size limits facilities. A park under half a hectare simply cannot fit jogging track, sports court, and diverse exercise equipment. Space allocations become a zero-sum game between passive and active features. The second, small parks cannot support simultaneous use by different groups, children playing, adults exercising, elderly resting, which creates conflicts and discourages sustainable use of that particular park. And the third one, and perhaps the most critical in Bangkok's tropical context, small parks lack the space for ecological infrastructures. You need substantial tree canopy coverage to provide shade and regulate microclimate. In a 35-degree heat with high humidity, a small park with limited shade is simply not a comfortable place to exercise. This finding point to what we call a critical size threshold. Somewhere in our study, it's somewhere around 5 hectares, which represent the lower boundary of community parks. And parks gain capacity to accommodate diversity facilities, the climate adaptive infrastructures, and the immersive environment needed to generate measurable health benefits. Below this threshold, proximity doesn't matter because the park itself cannot deliver the experience that motivates regular use and sustained physical activity. These findings challenge the fundamental assumptions of many proximity-based policies, that any green space within walking distance is beneficial. Our data suggests that in Bangkok context, it isn't. The type and size of green space matters as much as, or more than that, the distance to it. Well, 3 policy messages emerge from this study. First, cities should revise their planning standard. Instead of setting maximum distance target, set the minimum size and amenity threshold. Ensure parks within walking distance and that can actually deliver health benefit. Second, invest strategically. Rather than proliferating small parks across the city, consider securing fewer but larger community-scale parks through land banking, public-private partnerships, or connecting existing small parks into functional networks. Third, coordinate park development with pedestrian infrastructure improvement. Walkability and functional parks together create conditions for health benefits. Neither alone is sufficient for small parks. This doesn't mean abandoning small parks entirely, but it does mean being honest about what they can and cannot achieve. Of course, this study have key limitations, such as the cross-sectional. This was a cross-sectional study, so we could not establish causation. And then we collected the data using one season only. We did not measure park quality directly. We didn't measure the maintenance, cleanliness, perceived safety. We could explain variations within park types. And our visitation measure was binary, so it was just yes or no in the past week without capturing the frequency or the durations. So the future work should use longitudinal design, incorporate park quality metrics, test seasonal variations, and employs continuous distance modeling with methods like restricted cubic splines to identify more precise threshold effects. Let me close with one message. Equitable access to urban green space is a worthy goal, but proximity to any green space is not the same as proximity to functional green space. If city wants their park investment to improve population health, they need to ensure the parks people can walk to are actually the parks people were walking to. For Bangkok and cities facing similar constraints, this means rethinking the trade-off between how many residents live apart and the quality of parks that they can access. Before I close, I'd like to share a related opportunity. I'm currently serving as a guest editor for special issues in the International Journals of Environmental Health and Public Health. The special editions are called Building Healthy Cities, Influences of the Urban Environment on Active Mobility and Human Health. The special issue sits in the environmental health sections of the journal, which has a site score of 8.5, and it is indexed in PubMed and Scopus. The deadline for the manuscript submissions is next year, so there is still plenty of time. And then we welcome original research, reviews, and policy analysis from diverse geographic and disciplinary contexts. And I hope the project result of our projects can be disseminated here. And of course, please let me know if I can help with the process. You can find full details and submission guidelines at the link shown here, or feel free to contact me directly. Thank you.
Okay, let's give him a big round of applause. So that's really a kind of informative recorded presentation from Dr. Sigit. And I have numerous questions to him, but due to his work commitment, we cannot have him here for our discussion. And yeah, we are now down to the last presenter. And just to formally introduce, Dr. Yuta Uchiyama is an associate professor at Kobe University Graduate School of Human Development and Environment. His major interests are urban regional planning and geographic information science. He conducts comprehensive studies on urban and rural areas by visualizing ecosystem services to facilitate inclusive environmental management to minimize socio-ecological gaps. And he also contributed to the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services Assessment Report for Asia and the Pacific, and the UN Environmental Program Global Environmental Outlook 6 report. So now I give the floor to you, Dr. Yuta Uchiyama.
Thank you, Chris, for the introduction. And now I'm going to present about our project progress. The title is City Preparedness Index. And I'm going to focus on the 7 cities listed here: Bangkok, Quezon City, Legazpi City, and 4 Japanese cities. And this presentation is especially looking at the flooding risk or flooding issue. Next, please. Thank you. So our project framework is shown in this figure. We have 3 levels of city preparedness. So one is citizen, the second is policy, and the third one is the society. This framework is connected to the IPCC's framework of disaster risk reduction. And now we are thinking about how to operationalize this framework. The next one, please. Yeah, this is a kind of operationalized model, the CPI PAS model. So in this model, on the left side, there are 4 factors, which is about policy quality, reliability, tangibility, fairness, and procedural justice. And this is influencing the policy satisfaction. And from the policy satisfaction, we have 2 pathways to influence the individual preparedness: the direct pathway and the indirect pathway through societal awareness. Yes, thank you. And this is the specific question we ask to the respondent. And for example, for the preparedness, the statement is, I am prepared for managing the risks associated with flooding. This is kind of a simple statement. And the second one is a policy satisfaction. The statement is, I am satisfied with current measures and the policies to reduce the flood risk. So all those statements were asked asked to the respondent, and we got the scores. Yeah. And so again, this is CPI model, and now, sorry. Okay, so here is scores of each indicators. So the trend is Quezon City and Legazpi City, they tend to have relatively high scores. And the Bangkok City also has high score in some factors such as tangibility. And for Kobe City and other Japanese cities, they tend to have relatively lower scores. Yeah. In the next stage of this presentation, I'm going to explain about the connection between the policy quality and the policy satisfaction. So to analyze that connections, we use the method of structural equation modeling. And now I'm going to talk about on the left side of the each figure. Like this, and this is a summary table. So for the Bangkok City, the procedural justice is the most important policy lever, and the meaning is participation matters most in that city. And for the Quezon City, fairness and tangibility is important levers, and this tends to respond to equitable delivery and information access. And for the Legazpi cities, fairness is the most important policy lever, and visible fairness in allocation is the kind of strongest factor in these cities. And for those Japanese cities, also fairness and reliabilities are important factor for them. Yes, and now we are going to the right side of the figure. As I mentioned in the previous slide, there are two pathways from policy satisfaction to the individual preparedness. One is direct pathway, and the second one is indirect pathway through societal awareness. And here is the effect size of each pathways, direct and mediated or indirect pathways. So the result shows that in 6 of 7 cities, those cities tend to have relatively high effect size for the indirect pathways. So that means not just direct pathway, but also the influencing through the societal awareness is also important, especially in the cities like Legazpi City. And we also analyzed the age differences using the similar model. And we found that younger adults, they have relatively a strong connection between the policy satisfaction to the individual preparedness through the awareness link. And the implication is the digital campaign, dashboard, and school or workplace channels and the visible public communications are more likely to amplify preparedness of those age groups. And for the older adults, they are more often sensitive to fairness or reliability. So the implication is a consistent service delivery and equitable allocation and easy to understand local support matter. There are some city-specific findings, but the overall trend is for the younger adult, we can look at more on the awareness raising aspect, and for the relatively old age group, we can focus on more on the fairness and reliability aspect. And here is a summary of overall trend. In this matrix, The horizontal axis shows the individual level preparedness score, and the vertical axis shows the connectivity between the policy satisfaction and the individual preparedness. So from this matrix, we can have some implications. For example, for the legacy city, it has high preparedness score and also high connectivity. So in this city, further tailored approach for different socioeconomic groups might be kind of effective. And for the Bangkok cities, the moderate preparedness and disconnected, relatively strong connection. So in this city, there might be as a barrier for the relatively moderate score of preparedness. And for the Quezon cities, it has high preparedness score and low connectivity. So in these cities, further stabilizing preparedness by visualizing the community policies might be important. And for the Japanese cities, their score for the preparedness is relatively low and the connectivity is relatively high. So in this case, we also need to look at the, how to visualize the policy implementation. So this is the specific example for the legacy city. We have a high connection between the policy satisfaction and societal awareness and preparedness. But it has, there is a kind of income gap for the individual preparedness. So we need to address that issue. And for the Quezon city, there is no much age and income gap, but there is a relatively low link between the societal awareness and the individual preparedness. So we can address the visualization of the social awareness or policy implementation for this city. So this is a kind of concluding slide. We have 6 concrete actions for policy team. So one is addressing the bottleneck. So based on those model or survey results, we can ask first whether the issue is policy quality or policy visibility or policy to action uptake. So by finding the kind of bottleneck, we can effectively address to the issue. And the second one is making outcome visible. And we can show the citizen where policy is working. There are many neighborhood projects and dashboard and community drills and local examples. So there are existing policies and actions, so we can visualize it to share it with the citizens. And the third one is about targeting fairness and reliability. So for many cities, equitable and reliable delivery is the most practical levels. So we should be noted about this issue. And the fourth one is about tailored measure for age groups. So this time we look at the age groups, but there should be some different trend between gender group or income group or other socioeconomic groups. So we can make the policy more tailored for each group. That's the fourth topic. And the fifth one is the using this kind of perception data as a evidence-based policy making. So this kind of perception data is actually, it's really matter because preparedness depends on whether people recognize policy and how know how to act by themselves. So in the discussion of the disaster risk reduction, we tend to look at the objective data or objective data source, but this kind of subjective perception is also necessary to make the policy more tailored or make the policy more effective for people. And the last one is a bit like a technical point, but those perception data it's going to be more useful if we use the physical or environmental data or objective data set, such as hazard risk map and GPS tracking data to have more concrete vision for the policy. So yeah, that's all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Yuta. So, really appreciate the comparison of the responses from cities that he presented. And I think due to time constraint at this point, we will not do the panel discussion, but we would like to invite questions and comments from the floor and also from the Zoom participants. So if we could have maybe a few questions. Yes, please. So you can direct your question to three of our panelists. One is to Ms. May or to Ms. Irish, who's still online, or to Dr. Yuta.
Hi, my name is Noni. I'm from Bontang City, Indonesia. I'd like to address my question to Ms. May regarding the community perception from Legazpi and Barongan City, and the result was the perspective of the community is positive towards government's action. And my questions, actually we conducted also the community surveys, but the result is not as good as yours. So we would like to know what are the government's most strategic actions that is considered a successful and changing the perception of community towards the government regarding flood controls or flood management. And second, is there any community-based groups that coordinate amongst themselves in order to prepare themselves of disaster risk preparedness? Especially on household levels. And the third question and my last question is, how about the perception of communities regarding the private sector involvements in flood control or flood management, probably collaborating with governments, and probably also like programs from social community responsible companies responsible programs towards the community regarding the flood control and flood management in those two cities. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Well, to answer first the last one, no, because the survey, the scope is for government efforts only. So we didn't have questions regarding their perception on private sector initiatives related to flood control and management. So that's a limitation of our survey. But to answer your question regarding which strategies that the citizens think are effective being done by the cities, well, it will all boil down to how they plan and implement these things. So there are two major plans that the LGUs prepare and implement: the Local Disaster Risk Reduction and Management Plan and the Local Climate Change Action Plan. So these are spatially informed plans. They use GIS technologies to map out which areas are hazard prone, which risks these zones are subject to, and what their probable effects would be to the populations exposed to them. And it's also an implementation tool, because in these plans, they identify specific efforts. They call it projects, policies, programs, and activities that would address those risks. So from using spatial data to crafting the implementation plan up to the monitoring part, it's all there. And Borongan and Legazpi cities, these are climate action leaders. They're very high-risk locations geographically, but that's the reason why they had the imperative to really increase the resilience. So they partner with different organizations. They are recipient of different awards, different grants, because organizations see how committed they are to implementing these things. So I think that's the key. They have the political will to be leaders of climate action and resilience building. So that's that. And at the barangay level, because in the Philippines, the smallest government unit is the barangay level. So this would translate into the community level. Barangay population ranges from 500 to 10,000, depending on how dense the area is. But at the barangay level, they should be able to adopt the city-level strategies and plans. And this is where the gap is, because even at the city level, they're very good, they're leaders. Sometimes at the barangay level, because there are so many barangays, in Legazpi there were 79, in Borongan, 70. Opo. So, 65, 61. So there are many barangays and they have varying capacities. They still need to be capacitated. They still need to be informed how to really adopt these things. So I hope that answers your question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. May. That's really kind of comprehensive response. So, anything else?
We also have an online question actually coming from Zoom, and I do believe I need your help, Ms. Chris, identifying who will be the person to answer this question. The question goes, how can we ensure equity for green and open space access, making sure that these are available for everyone? Who do you think best fits to answer the question, Ms. Chris?
Well, personally, I think it would be a question to Dr. Sigit. Yeah, he's not here. But yeah, if any of the presenters, Dr. Uchiyama could also respond to it. Is it okay? Yeah? And later, I think we can post the question to Irish as well.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. And yeah, my kind of impression or idea is since we have two aspects, one is a subjective aspect and the other one is objective aspect. So there is many standards for the objective aspect, so we can use it. For example, Dr. Sigit explained about 800 meter as a threshold, so that can be one. And there is a 330 and 300 standards, so we can use it. But also we can ask the people living in there if they're really feeling that the green space is fairly distributed or not. That kind of subjective assessment is also needed, because without it we cannot nicely communicate with the people, and also some kind of standard of the perception is differ between the culture and the regions. So we can always think about objective and subjective aspect of the kind of fairness or equitable distribution. Yeah. Access to information. Okay. So that one is, there is a term like a digital divide for different age groups. So we should think about the different delivering method, not only the online method, but also the using the community magazine or different types of the reaching out method, I think. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Dr. Yuta. And Miss Irish online would also like to answer the question, and I would like to repeat the question on behalf of Miss Irish. Miss Irish, we have a participant asking, how can we ensure equity for green and open space access, making sure that these are available for everyone?
Hello, am I audible? Thank you very much for that. No, as for the case of Quezon City, equitable distribution of green spaces in the city actually requires a moving away from the uniform allocation and instead directing the resources to the communities that need the most. Well, based on our data or interviews with the local governments unit, the city's goal is doubling its park by 2030, which is a major opportunity. But it will only be meaningful if vulnerable barangays like Maharlika, which as presented earlier, recorded the lowest natural space availability, no, are prioritized over areas that are already well-resourced. Green spaces should also be treated as essential for climate infrastructure and not just recreational amenities, given their, of course, direct role in reducing urban heat exposure for residents. To sustain this, the Quezon City, no, or actually even other cities, must institutionalize equity through policy, like setting minimum green spaces standards per barangay, in actively involving communities in planning decision, and regularly monitoring and publicly reporting the green spaces distribution as part of their climate action commitments. Like simply put, equitable green spaces will not all happen on their own. So they require deliberate, data-driven governance decision that should be consistent and should be put in the most vulnerable communities first. I hope that answers the question.
Orientation. For example, in the presentation of Dr. Sigit, he said that it doesn't matter whether it's a small park or big park. And then they said that the use of park, even within 15 minutes, is not maintained or not sustained. So I guess if you're a group or a society who has having a cultural connection to like nature, or like there's some societal function in parks, then it's kind of already in the system. So I'm saying it like based on observation of small parks in Japan. Like small parks there, you can always see small kids, and it's always like having a social function. And also when it comes to disaster preparedness, or how can I say, like the regular evacuation spot is always like in a park or like a small hill. So I think there's also this kind of norm or cultural change, and I don't know what would be the path towards such kind of transformation. So yeah, I just wanted to share that aspect as well.
Thank you so much, Miss Chris. And on that note, I would like to invite all our panelists for a photo opportunity, and also all still our panelists who are joining us via Zoom. Please, we would like to invite Dr. Yuta, Miss May, and of course our moderator to please come on stage for a photo opportunity. And of course our tech team would like to request all our panelists that are still with us via online. Just a photo opportunity. And I would also like to agree with what Miss Chris said. I may not be an expert here, but definitely culture has a lot to do in contextualizing and at least in the attempt to solve all our problems. We may all be Asians, we may all like rice, but that doesn't mean we have the same solutions for all our problems. What matters is that we are able to benchmark with each other. And on that note, we would like to thank again all our panelists and of course our moderator. Let's all give them a round. Thank you very much, Dr. Yuta, Dr. Mario, Ms. May, Dr. Sigit, Ms. Irish, Doc Nasher, and of course our moderator, Ms. Chris. As we move forward in our shared conversations on inclusive and equitable resilience, we now arrive at a defining moment in this conference, one that transforms dialogue into collective commitment. Today, we would like to present the Asian Local Authorities' Call for Action on Inclusive Resilience. May we now call on Ms. Christian Jemmy Santos, the Senior Project Officer and Equitable Development Portfolio Focal Person, to present this call for action. A round of applause for Ms. Jemmy.
Thanks so much, Manu. It's been a fruitful and productive afternoon, is that right? Are you feeling all the knowledge and energy in the room? So distinguished partners and colleagues, this agenda has been deliberately crafted to reflect our shared priorities and the strategic actions required to achieve them. We've learned so much from our morning session up until this afternoon session, and we want to embody this collective commitment to progress, one we aim to advance both nationally and globally through coordinated action. So please allow me to walk you through the Asian local authorities' call for action on inclusive resilience agenda in detail. We also invite everyone here and those joining us online to review this draft and share your insights. Please allow me to read the preamble in urgency. We, the mayors, local leaders, and representatives of local authorities, national governments, civil society, the private sector, and multilateral partners from across Asia, recalling the Paris Agreement's commitment to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius while fostering climate adaptation actions that are gender responsive, participatory, fully transparent, and responsive to the needs of vulnerable communities. The Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, which prioritizes an inclusive, empowering, accessible, and non-discriminatory approach to disaster risk reduction, especially among people disproportionately affected by disasters, while also recognizing the important role of local authorities in disaster risk governance. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and its promise to leave no one behind, particularly Sustainable Development Goal 11 on making towns that are inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. The new urban agenda and its call for an inclusive, implementable, participatory, and multi-level urban policies. The COP30 Global Ethical Stocktake, which highlights the need to heed civil society's reflection to build a safer future for all. And the United Nations National Adaptation Plan process, which advocates the engagement of Indigenous peoples, youth, women, and other stakeholders for inclusive climate change vulnerability reduction. Recognizing the urgent need to connect local resilience actions to national and global commitments, harness the power of data and technology, and ensure inclusive governance, affirming our shared responsibility to help build climate-safe, equitable, and resilient towns for all. We issue this call for action to unite local authorities, national governments, and partners in a shared mission to advance inclusive resilience that leaves no one behind. Here is the 10-point call for action. We call on stakeholders, local authorities, national governments, funding institutions, the private sector, nonprofits, and civil society to unite behind the following priorities. Advance inclusive climate resilience, strengthen participatory multi-level governance, champion women's and grassroots leadership in climate action, support lifelong learning and talent pathways, foster interlocal authority collaboration for cross-boundary resilience, make climate finance more directly accessible for local resilience, mobilize innovative financing for resilience, commit to implementation, monitoring, and scaling, invest in data systems for evidence-based resilience, and finally, foster South-to-South and triangular cooperation. We issue this call for action as a rallying cry for all who share our vision. Together, we call on every local authority, national government, funding institution, and private sector partner to join us in the shared mission for inclusive resilience, where no one is left behind and every voice matters. So today, every one of you here, I invite you not just to review the document, but to stand behind it and help us translate it into real impact. In your own communities, as a practitioner and as an individual, we invite you to endorse this call for action. Let's help build towards the 10-point above and lead by example in your own communities. And with your support, as individuals and practitioners, we will include your names in this draft agenda as we move forward, securing formal commitments from other local governments and using it to advocate for stronger local authority integration with national global policies and commitments. So its strengths lies in all of us here in this room and all of you joining us online. Let's champion this together and move from intention to lasting, meaningful change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jemmy. And in this spirit, we would like to invite our partners, our delegates, and our stakeholders to formally express your support for this call for action. By endorsing this document, you affirm a shared mission to advance inclusive resilience where every community is protected, every voice is heard, and no one is left behind. To lead this signing ceremony, I would like to call on the following people. A round of applause for our signing board right here. Please position it here in front. Put your hands together, everyone, for this very important moment for today's session. Of course, to lead the signing, we would like to call on the Regional Director of ICLEI Southeast Asia, Mr. Victorino Aquitania. We also have Dr. Oliver Agoncillo. Now we also have Attorney Violeta Seva. Of course, we have our partners outside the Philippines. We have Ms. Farida Lahay from Jambi City. We also have Miss City Halimatu Sadia from Bogor City. Please also welcome Ms. Noni Agueta from Bontang City. We also have Miss City, Nursanti Iriani, Yogyakarta City. And of course, we also have Miss Gogan Sora at from Thakurbaba Municipality. Last but definitely not least, we have Miss Micaela Rimando from Baguio City. And on that note, we would like to invite all our signatories once again for a photo opportunity. And we would also like to invite everyone to please stand here in front of the stage of our lead wall for a photo opportunity. Yes, everyone, please stand. We need to capture this momentous event. The signing for this call for action, definitely a moment to keep as we brave our journey together towards Equitable and Inclusive Resilience 2026.
Hello. Okay, so we can properly direct everyone. How are we looking at the camera? Does everybody fit, sir? Kasya lahat, sir? Oh, sali ko. Sir, ayos lang to? Kita? I-move back. please hold your smiles as we arrange the venue, as we rearrange the venue. Sir, kita pati dalawang gilid. Kita, ayos na to. Okay na. Yung mga upuan, yung heads ng upuan or yung tables, both. Sige, ayos na yan. Alright, everybody, look at the camera. If you can't see the camera can see you. Big smile in 1, 2. One, another one. It's Filipino, so I'll be teaching Filipino today. Everyone say, sa sira, lahat kasama. It means in the SIRA project, everyone's included. So, again, let's practice. 1, 2, 3, go. Sa sira, lahat kasama. And then let's everyone just go, woo, at the end, all right? Sir, one more. Sa sira, lahat kasama. All right? Sir, please cue us. Video. Sir, ikaw mag-cue. Thank you, everyone. I turn it back over to our MC. It's a quick Filipino crash course for our guests.
And thank you so much, Sir Chris, for helping direct our photo opportunity. And as we conclude our first day, we are reminded that resilience is not built in isolation. It is shaped through dialogue, strengthened through collaboration, and sustained through inclusive and intentional action. Today, we have taken meaningful steps in bridging local practices with national and global priorities. Tomorrow, we continue this journey, deepening our conversations and expanding our partnerships. On behalf of the organizers, we thank you for your active participation. And of course, we would like to ask you, please give yourselves a round of applause for finishing today's session. But at this point, we invite our SIRA fellows to proceed outside and take their positions by their respective posters as we transition into our marketplace networking activity. We encourage everyone, all our participants, to take this opportunity to explore the poster exhibits located in the registration area. As we step out of the hall, all of the posters are now there, and each presentation showcases proposed inclusive resilience initiatives from our different local government partners. You are most welcome to, of course, engage with our fellows. You could ask questions, give comments, share insights, and offer feedback on their proposed initiatives. Of course, we value, this is a valuable space for dialogue, learning, and collaboration. We also encourage everyone to take this time to connect and network with our fellow delegates and colleagues across sectors and regions. Once again, we are inviting our SIRA fellows to proceed outside and take their positions by their respective posters. Our ushers will be happy to assist everyone. Thank you so much, po. And as we had witnessed some of our partners and delegates or our stakeholders sign our Sintra board earlier for the call for action, you are also well invited, please, to approach our call for action board outside and sign it yourselves. Please Everyone, let us network. Let's take this opportunity for networking with each other from different cultures, from different places, and really assess where we could benchmark, whether that may be a solution to our local problems or simply have a good talk with each other. And as we proceed with our marketplace networking activity, we are also pleased to invite everyone to a dinner this evening, graciously hosted by the City Government of Baguio. The evening program will begin at 5 onwards and will feature a cultural presentation from the University of Baguio, followed by special messages from our local government partners. Again, we are inviting everyone for a dinner hosted by the City Government of Baguio, and it will actually begin around 5 or 5:30. Thank you so much. Once again, we are inviting all our participants to our marketplace and networking activity. We have a lot of proposed inclusive resilience initiatives from our local government partners here. We have from Gingoog City, Misamis Oriental, an exploratory planning study on modular climate adaptive housing as an inclusive housing solution to tide rise and coastal flooding in Barangay 18A, Purok 72, Gingoog City. We have from Ormoc City, Leyte, Philippines, Project Luntian, a gender-responsive community-based flood resilience initiative in Barangay Liloan, Ormoc City. We also have from Porongan City, Eastern Samar, strengthening socially inclusive climate actions using nature-based solution or bamboo from lesson to policy development in Borongan City, Eastern Samar. City of Antipolo, Province of Rizal, Philippines, Prescotible. Prescotible, likas na solusyon para sa sapat na pagkain at malamig na paligid. We have from Yogyakarta City, DIY, Yogyakarta Province, Indonesia, a slum upgrading program for disaster resilience and improving life quality in Yogyakarta City. From Rojas City, Capiz, Philippines, Climate Inclusive Risk Intelligence and Preparedness System. Now from the city of Parañaque, Metro Manila, Philippines, empowering the community, microgrid-powered early warning systems or EWS in Barangay San Antonio and San Isidro, Parañaque City. We also have from Jambi City, Sumatra, Indonesia, Kampung Bahagia neighborhoods. From Cagayan de Oro, Samis Oriental, youth at the front lines advancing climate resilience through participatory environmental management. And we have Legazpi City, Albay, hybrid intersectional system for hazard awareness and mobilization.